السلام عليكم اخواني المستمعين الكرام، اينما كنتم نحييكم تحية المجد والاعزاز ونهنئكم بحلول العيد الرابع لتحالف الشعب الاستوائي، وكل عام وانتم سعداء ان شاء الله. الليله نتمنى انه نقضي سهره تعجبكم وتكون فيها كوكتيل ان شاء الله، وبيكون معنا حضور ان شاء الله الدكتور حكيم داري، هو موجود معنا في المنصه حاليا. احتاجوا بنا برضو بعض الإخوة من ال EPA والأنصار وكل أبناء جنوب السودان إن شاء الله. نرحب بهم في ليلتنا السامرة إن شاء الله. مرحبا بك دكتور حكيم.
مرحب يا جيمس.
الدكتور حكيم ما في.
مرحب يا جيمس. Can you hear me?
يا سامع.
Okay. Welcome everybody. سعيد بوجود الحضور كل الإخوة والأخوات حضروا الحجرة من البداية. أنا بسلم عليكم كلكم. I really appreciate that you have joined us here today. As James said, this is our 4th anniversary of Equatorial People's Alliance. إحنا بنحتفل باليوم ده يعني ذكرى لحلول بتاعت وقيام بتاعت التحالف الشعبي الاستوائي. فأنا رحب بكم كلكم يعني، وإن شاء الله يعني هنكون عندنا سحرة زي ما جيمس قال. إن شاء الله يعني تكون كلها full of discourse which helps and promotes our agenda. يعني الأهداف بتاعتنا كتحالف بتاع الشعب الاستوائي، وإن شاء الله هناخد مناهي برضو هنتكلم حول الرؤية المستقبلية بالنسبة للشعب الاستوائي وبالنسبة للاستوائية بالذات. وهنتكلم بصورة عامة as well as more بخصوصية يعني focusing what's the vision of Equatoria, what's our vision for Equatoria. فإن شاء الله في المرحلة الجاية وحسي بعد شوية إن شاء الله هنبادر في البداية نطرح ونقدم intros about the main agenda issues that we want to talk about today, especially that because we're we're celebrating the 4th anniversary of Equatorial People's Alliance. And I think this has got a special meaning, not only just for members of the Equatorial People's Alliance, لكن برضو عندها خصوصية وعندها أهمية بالنسبة المجتمع الاستوائي ككل، والاستوائيين في الدياسبورا in particular and across the world. So في قضايا مهمة جدا إن شاء الله هنتطرق له بعد شوية. So you're all most welcome to join us here today in this room. This is a special day for all of us. And I hope this will be more productive, that the discourse will be inclusive. يعني حتكون جامعة إن شاء الله، وحنفتح فرصة للإخوة والأخوات برضو أنه شنو يعني to chip in with whatever remarks and comments or observations that they would like to share with all of us here in this room today. شكرا يا جيمس.
مشكور كثير الدكتور حكيم داري رئيس تحالف الشعب الإكواتوري Equatorial People Alliance. نرحب في المنصة معنا عضو المكتب السياسي دكتورة ألما. مرحبا بك دكتورة ألما، نديك المايك. حي
مرحبا بك الأخ جيمس، ومرحبا بالدكتور حكيم. وأنا برضو برحب بالإخوة والأخوات اللي قاعدين يسمعوا في الأوضة هنا. أنا مبسوطة جدا الليلة، يعني قاعدين نعمل celebration، مش الليلة يعني في الأسبوع ده قاعدين نعمل احتفالات بتاعت رابع سنة بالنسبة لإيبا التحالف الاستوائي. فعلا يعني شوفوا كأنه ده زمن بسيط، لكن بالنسبة لي أنا شايفاه إنه ده من لأنه الكريتيكال ستيج we have passed it. We have passed the first 2 years. السنتين الأول من كل يعني أي السنتين الأول هم دايما ولا 3 سنين الأوائل دايما بيكون صعب جدا في تكوين المنظمة وكده، لأنه ما سهل إنه يكون في منظمة ويكون في بداخله ناس، بعدين في نفس الوقت يعني the balance has got to be struck so that everybody is on board and everybody is happy and so on and so forth. يجب connection is poor. Is my voice clear?
يا صوتك شوية كده تعبان لكن سامعينه كويس.
Okay, yeah, the connection seems a bit poor. I'm sorry about that. يعني بس أنا كنت داير أقول إنه يعني في الخلاصة إنه نحن مبسوطين جدا جدا لأنه ده the only organization فعلا يعني خاتي إيكواتوريا في الصميم القلب. فأنا بتمنى إنه كل الأخوات والإخوان الإيكواتوريين يكونوا on board. وأنا متأكدة يعني في ناس ما بيكونوا كلهم قادرين يجتمعوا هنا معانا، لكن إحنا عارفين في قلوب القلوب الإيكواتوريين what we really need and we really want is very clear. We have got to make it more and more clear now what we want. يعني ما يكون حاجة كده مشوش ولا يكون شيء كده مثلا زول يقول الليلة كده وبكرة كده، لا، يكون شيء واحد. What we want is that Equatoria should be free. Equatoria should be strong. Equatoria should be as it should be. يعني من ما يتأسس في الزمن بتاعه يكون كده يكون ريجون كده قائم بذاته، يكون منطقة قائم بذاته ويكون محترم. يعني نحن ما عندنا أي موضوع إنه ناس يجي يسكنوا في إيكواتوريا، لأنه في ناس قاعدين يعني يعملوا شوشرة ويقضبوا ويقولوا إيكواتوريين ما عايزين ناس، الاستوائيين ما عايزين ناس. لا، إحنا ما في دولة يكون بدون فيه ناس من برا. يعني it will be very very sort of like stupid to think that only the Equatorians should be in Equatoria. لكن الكلام اللي احنا دايرين نقوله انه الاستوائيين يكونوا هم الناس اللي بيقرروا المصير بتاعت إيكواتوريا، مش زول تاني يجيني من محل تاني يجي يقول لا انتوا إيكواتوريانز ديل تقعدوا عن احنا اهو. ما في زول بيقدر يجي ويقرر مصيرك، ولو انت خليته it's up to you. فعشان كده احنا عملنا التحالف ده بتاع الاستوائيين عشان نقدر نوعي الناس. It's an educative and it's a long road, we know, but we know who we are. We will have to define exactly who we are. We have got to define and we have got to define what we want. We have got to put our objectives and our goals, and it should be very very clear in our heads. ده الحاجة اللي أنا كنت داير أقوله، وأنا بشكركم خالص. فأنا عشان ما سمعت كتير يا دابي دخلت الغرفة، فبرجع المايك لك يا الأخ دنقلاوي. شكرا.
شكرا لك كثير دكتورة زنداوية ألمة الكلمات الطيبات تجاه أبناء الاستوائية ومناصري تحالف الشعب الاستوائي وأبناء السودان عامة. صراحة التحالف الشعب الاستوائي يحمل هموم الشعب الاستوائي ويضعها في قمة الأولويات، لأنه البلد انتم زي ما شايفينها في مفترق الطريق، وكان ظاهر من البداية. يعني إذا الزول دار يقرأ قراءة سياسية صحيحة، المسألة دي كانت باينة من سنين طوال، يعني ما 3 أو 4 أو 5 سنة. يعني كان يحتاج أنه يكون في جهة أو تنظيم أو هيكل معين يضع مطالب الاستوائيين أو مشاكلهم في الأولوية الأولى. ليه؟ لأنه المسألة ما هي زي ما قالت الدكتورة علمة، ما مسألة أنت تسكن وأنا ما أسكن، ده جدال بيزنطي حكاية أنه ما دارني هنا، فلان عايزني فلان ما عايزني، ده كلام شعبوي ساي. المسألة في اتخاذ القرار السياسي والتمثيل السياسي. انتم لو لاحظتوا اخواني ابناء الاستوائيه، القرار السياسي في الاونه الاخيره بالنسبه لدوله جنوب السودان التمثيل الايكواتوري فيه ضعيف جدا، والمساله دي يعني باينه، ما بتحتاج لعين فاحصه او لجهه محدده عشان توريك انه في مشكله في البلد دي. يلا هنا عشان كده الاي بي اي اسست، ومؤكد أنه هي بتحل مشاكل كل السودان، كل جنوب السودان. إذا أنت حليت الإشكال السياسي في الاستوائية، مؤكد أنه السودان كله حيتحل، يعني لأنه باقي الأماكن في السودان شوية جنوب السودان عندهم خصوصيات هنا، يعني المسائل المتعلقة بالفايلنس المجتمعي وبعض القضايا الثقافية هي بتحتاج لعمل سياسي، لكن أهل مكة أدرى بأهلها. نحن في ما يلينا الليلة نحن بنحتفل بالعيد الرابع، مؤكد الدكتور حكيم عنده الكثير أنه يتكلم فيها. طالما هي أصلا هي ندوة واحتفال، مؤكد بنتطرق لبعض القضايا المستجدة والحاصلة حاليا في الساحة السياسية دولة جنوب السودان. رحب بكل الحضور معانا هنا والناس اللي كانوا قاعدين، نرحب بهم. الناس اللي بيجي يسمعوا التسجيل فيما بعض برضه نحن نرسل لهم تحياتنا، وانصار الاي بي اي برضه نرسل لهم تحياتنا لما يجي يلقوا التسجيل ده. لو عندهم اي اضافات الباب مفتوح، نحن ما عندنا حج لزول. اي بني ادم حتى لو هو ما مناصر عنده راي، الباب مفتوح. الويب سايت بتاع التنظيم قاعد هناك. مرحبا بك دكتور حكيم داري، ليك الميكروفون.
شكرا once more, James. مشكور. I want to take this opportunity once more to welcome everyone in this room, to this room. This is a very special day for us, members of Equatorial People's Alliance, and it's also a special day for our people in Equatoria, particularly those who have been following the inception of the EPA from 2020 to date. We've come a long way in this journey, and this journey continues. There's no stopping it. We are here today to celebrate the 4th anniversary of the founding of the Equatorial People's Alliance, and we'll in this particular occasion we will give just a very quick run through the background, where we started and where we are today, and where we look to go, where we look to be in the coming years and the coming weeks in terms of what we'll be focusing on. And I hope people, particularly Equatorians, will be interested to listen to us because this is a journey for all of us. We are on a journey together. Even those who are not part of the EPA, the part of this journey, because what we do will influence and impact them as much as what they also do will impact and influence Equatorial People's Alliance. And I'm glad that some of my colleagues here, Dr. Alma and many others who will come later, will add their voices to just amplify the volume on the sort of issues that we want to address and bring to the forefront of our, focus, and also more importantly, I think, as we start to look back, and take stock of where we have come so far, which background we come from, what were the drivers, what were the the key issues that motivated the formation and establishment of Equatorial People's Alliance. I think those are some of the items and issues that we'll try to just really run quickly through to give context, to give a background to why we're here today and where we are headed. There is a directional strategy that EPA takes upon itself to influence the situation in our country and in the public interest of our people, and also in terms of really saying the obvious that Equatoria does not enjoy the exercise of political power, and this is a reality. And James noted that today, for example, political decision making is concentrated in the hands of minor, minor, or rather in the hands of a few, elites who are mostly, SPLM and more importantly, tribal elites who basically are on course to promote a hegemonic agenda. And I will try to address some of these areas just to remind people why there is a problem in South Sudan today, and what is the source of the problems that we have in South Sudan today, and what has prompted Equatorians to begin to think outside of the box. And I mean the box here being South Sudan, because South Sudan has become a failed state and it has not fulfilled the expectations of our people. And as a result, we in Equatoria would like to chart a new direction, a new path, because freedom is precious, liberty is precious. We cannot really give up our freedoms or liberties in exchange for a failed state, in exchange for being dispossessed of exercise of political power. Today, we are not really making critical decisions, including political decisions, of course, after we have become an independent country. And concentration of political power and decision making in the hands of leaders, so-called leaders, who are not accountable to our people, who care less about what has befallen the country since they assumed power in 2010. So those are all the kind of issues that we want really to focus our minds on. So once more, I want to welcome all of you. And while I look forward to exchange ideas with your colleagues here with us on في المنصة, we also look forward to welcoming you on board so that you can also chip in and provide your remarks, share your remarks and with us and so on. So I'll maybe give ourselves about 5 more minutes before we actually get started. So James, if there's anyone who has just joined or you would like to maybe just enlighten those who have just joined us also to set the context for today's event, the anniversary of EPA, the 4th anniversary of EPA, before we get started. So give me just 5 minutes and I'll be ready for us to get started and then kick off our event today. Thank you, James.
شكرا جزيلا لك الدكتور حكيم داري رئيس تحالف الشعب الإيكاتوري مشكور كثير. نشكر برضه الدكتورة عالمة عضو المكتب السياسي، ونرحب بالحضور كلهم معنا تحت هنا في منتدى تحالف الشعب الاستوائي أخوان وأخوات، والناس اللي كانوا قاعدين برضه نشكرهم ومرقوا برضه نحن نشكرهم، والناس اللي بيجي يحضروا التدريب مع بعض برضه نحن نشكرهم. حقيقة الليلة نحن بنحتفل بالعيد الرابع لتأسيس تحالف الشعب الاستوائي، وهو تنظيم سياسي يهتم بالقضايا السياسية في بلدنا جنوب السودان بصفة عامة، ولكن الاستوائية بصفة أكثر خصوصية. ليه الاستوائية بصفة أكثر خصوصية؟ لأن القرار السياسي في دولتنا جنوب السودان مسيطرين عليه نخبة محددة للأسف الشديد يعني، ودي الحاجات زي دي في المستقبل بتؤدي إلى أشياء لا يحمد عقباها. نحن ما حنتكهن إنه حتحصل شنو، لكن دائما الهيمنة السياسية نتائجها كارثية. ونحن نشوف السودان الدولة الأم نحن كنا يوم من الأيام منها، نشوف الحاصل هناك هسه شنو. حديك شوية يمكن يكون حالهم أحسن مننا، لأنه هناك في نسبة الوعي شوية كده أعلى، لكن في الجنوب هو الغبلية والعشائرية والشللية، كل حاجات دي بتضعف النسيج الاجتماعي، وده هو نحن شايفينه بسبب انه في خطاب حاد. الجنوبيين قاعد يقولوا في hate of speech، ما في حاجه اسمها خطاب كراهيه in افريكا. نحن المجتمعات الافريقيه والناس في الشرق الاوسط نحن من الناحيه المجتمعيه بنحب بعض، عز انه في مشاكل ياما، عز انه الشرطه حقتنا ذاته ما عندها امكانيات، لكن المجتمع في نفسه بيسيطروا عليه كبار المجتمع، سلاطين، حتى لو ما في سلاطين أعيان ساكت، ناس في الحلة، ناس محترمين كده بيقدر يحلوا الإشكال في القرية، في الحلة، في الحي، في المدينة. لكن الموضوع لما يكون سياسي بيكون صعب شوية، وبيكون فوق طاقات المكونات ما بتقدر تحل القضايا السياسية، وهم ما سبب فوق. في ناس ممكن يستغربوا يقولوا دنقلاوي بيقول كده ليه؟ يس هم ما سبب، لأنه الكوميونيتيز قاعدين من زمان، من الله خلقنا الناس دي قاعدة مع بعض، ليه حسي الحاجات دي حصلت؟ يلا ده سايمون بالنسبة لنا نحن كأبناء جنوب السودان نشيله لقدام. أما بالنسبة لإخوتنا في الإقليم الاستوائي، أنتوا شايفين ال EPA اللي هو Equatoria People Alliance بيهتم بقضاياكم، ووضعنا في الأولويات، لأنه الأحداث التاريخية نحن ما دارينها تتكرر، لأنه الأخطاء هسه الحاصلة في بلدنا جنوب السودان يعني هي عندها علاقة يمكن الإهمال السياسي أو الوطنية الزائدة، لأنه الوطنية حاجة كويسة، الواحد لما يكون زور وطني يعني شعور جيد يعني ما كعب، لكن إذا كان الآخرين ما وطنيين وإنت براك هو الوطني، do you think you can exist peacefully؟ مؤكد الإجابة لا. أوكي، الإجابة لا. هل لا دي براها حتجيب لك حلول؟ لا، برضو ما حتجيب لك حلول. القاعدة الشعبية، الجماهير مهمين جدا، أهم من الفعاليات السياسية، لكن ما لم أنك أنت تكون عندك تنظيم أهدافه وخططه السياسية واضحة، أنت ما حتلقى الحل السياسي بتاعك. ودي الحته اللي كان انه ادى الامتياز التفضيلي للاخوه الجلابه اللي هو المجموعه النيليه اللي كان حاكم السودان القديم من نمره لحلفه. يلا نحن جنوب السودان ده بعد ما بقينا دوله من 2011 هل في افضليات في الجنوب على حساب الاخرين؟ لا، ما في افضليات في جنوب السودان. نحن نكون ناس اونست، نكون ناس امينين مع نفسنا. اذا في افضليه، الافضليه ممكن تكون في الاقليم الاستوائي. ليه؟ لانه المكونات هناك المجتمعيه يعني فارقت حته الانتماء الضيق بتاع المكون والقبيله السوشيال جروب. الناس بقت تحت رايه واحده معروفه اللي هو الاستوائيين، والاسم ده يعني قديم، مين قمنا جينا لقيناه اسم يرجع لسنين طوال. قبل الاسم ذاته المجموعات السكانيه كان قاعده مع بعض، ودورهم السياسي ذاته بعد ما السودان بعد الحكم الانجليزي او قبل الاستغلال نفسه جانيوري 1956 اول حركه نضاليه سياسيه كانت في الاقليم الاستوائي. ليه؟ لانه البيئه كانت خصبه لاقامه عمل سياسي. نحن هسه الليله بنحتفل بالعيد الرابع، ده شيء كويس ان احنا نحسبها انه دي خطوه، لانه اي عمل كبير ان احنا لما نقول التنظيم ما حاجه سهله. السنه الاولى بتكون في بعض الانات هنا وهناك، السنه الثانيه حتكون كده، السنه الثالثه بعد ده جرد حساب، السنه الرابعه يهو بياتي اكلها. يعني زي انت لما تزرع لك مزرعه ما طوالي بعد شهر كده طوالي حتحصد، لا، في احتمال ذاته بعد ما المحصول ينجز ذاته في احتمال تحصل حاجه ثانيه ما معروف. انت يمكن تلقى حاجه بسيطه قدر التقاوي انت اللي عملتها في الارض. العمل السياسي برضه كده، اي عمل عام معقد فيه جنادل وفيه شلالات. يلا العام الرابع بتاع الاي بي اي التحالف الشعب الاستوائي ظاهر ان احنا ماشيين في الطريق الصحيح بدليل الجماهيريه والتأييد الشعبي منقطع النظير. يعني الشارع العام، يعني انت ممكن تمشي تعمل بحث وتشوف جرد، يعني سهل انك انت تقدر تعمل بحث ميداني بسيط، يعني ما بتحتاج لاشكاليات. الانسان اللي عنده مثلا difficulties في انه كيف يعمل بحث ميداني مثقف ممكن يتصل بي في الخاص، انا بوريك انه او بوريكي تعمل خطوات 1 2 3 4 في حاله انه في زول راغب لده. لكن بدون بحث انت الحاجه دي ما بتتخطاها العين. في شعبيه بالنسبه لمواطنيه الاستوائيه للاي بي اي، لانه ما في تنظيم في الساحه هسه حاليا بيحمل هموم الاستوائيين. عشان كده الخطط بتاعت الاي بي اي معظمها او ممكن ما يفوق 99.5 انه مستمده من الشارع العام، من الجماهير، من الشعب. لانه انت قراراتك السياسيه اذا كانت منطلقاتها من الشعب بيكون سهل انك انت تستخدم الشعب ده كحاضنه سياسيه. اذا في ناس متوغلين ودارين يجي يسرقوا المجهود مثلا بالنسبه زي الشكل الحسي حاليا حاصل في دولتنا بتاع جنوب السودان ده، الدوله العبثيه، الدوله الفاشله، الدوله في طريقه للانهيار. نحن هسه ماشيين في الحاله بتاعت الستيت ديسانتجريشن بطريقه واضحه وصريحه، ونحن هنا ما بيسعنا المجال عشان نتكلم فيه هسه، لكن فيما بعد حنتكلم فيه. المواطن دوره شنو؟ انت المواطن ما بتقعد مكتوف الايادي. الاي بي اي فاتح الابواب، حتى فاتحين الشبابيك ذاته. عندك اي راي تجيبه تخطه وتتناقش انت ذاتك عندك الاراده السياسيه. ليه؟ عشان نحن في المستقبل القريب او البعيد ما تحصل مساله بتاعت مشكله بتاعت او عوائق ابسيكول بتاع الدوله العميقه اللي هو الديب ستيتس. الناس دي لو مشوا ما حيمشوا بيا اخوي واخوك. قعدوا كم سنه من 2005 ليوم الليله نحن ماشيين ل 20 سنه. ديوسينك حيمشوا بيا اخوي واخوك. ده دار شغل ودار تكامل بتاع الجهود القاعده والقياده تجذر الناس تمشي مع بعض، ما في تخاذل. لكن المساله ما فيها اكراه. الدكتور حكيم موجود في الساحه هنا في المنتديات وبيكتب برضه بعض البيانات، برضه انتم تابعوا، لانه ما كل الكلام بيتقال بالخشم بالبلدي كده. في كلام بيتكتب، في كلام بيتقال في المنتديات، وفي كلام بيتقال في الصوالين، لانه المساله ما ساي كده، ما سنبل. يلا عشان نحن نساعد بعض. بالنسبه للمناصريه الاي بي اي، وما ضروري تكون مناصر، انت وانس انك انت ايكاتوري خلاص انت اركب المركب ده، كلنا نمشي توجز. عشان كده اسمه تحالف الشعب الايكاتوري. على اي حال نحن نرحب بكم في الليله دي، هي احتفال، يعني نحن بنحتفل الليله بالعيد الرابع، سعيدين بوجودكم. نحن فرحانين جدا جدا ان انتم تكونوا معنا هنا شنو في المنتدى. وحتى الناس ما مثلا الحظ ما ساعدهم نتيجه للفوارق بتاع التايم من محل لمحل، نحن برضه نشكرهم برضه اذا جه سمعوا التسجيل فيما بعد. برضه ده بالنسبه لنا انه كانوا هم شنو حضروا برضه، يعني ما في مشكله. لحد ما الدكتور حكيم يجي. دكتور عالمة، لو عندك اي تعقيب شامل وعام كده برضه يا ار ويلكم.
شكرا الأخ جيمس، وأنا بشكر الناس الموجودين هنا في الغرفة، وبرضو الناس اللي هيستمعوا. طبعا الليلة عندنا احتفالات، احنا محتفلين واحنا مبسوطين. ف you know we have got to just relax and we have got to just feel free to be able to look backwards, you know, look at all our achievements in the last 4 years, 4 long years. يعني السنة الواحد فيه كم 12 months. في خلال ال 12 months ده احنا انجزنا حاجات كثيرة. طبعا في حاجات ما كل الحاجات احنا هنقدر نقولها هنا. We are unable to say everything, but just to say that we have survived for the last 4 years, and we have had lows, but we have had a lot of highs, and we are keeping. يا جماعة الإنسان ما ممكن يكون ماشي بدون ما يقابل له صعوبات. في صعوبات كثيرة إحنا بنقابله، لكن بنقابله شنو as a team. So we have built our team in this last 4 years. We have been building our team, and the team build is not just taking people randomly kida and just slapping them together and saying, oh, this is a team. No, a team is supposed to be composed of at least 2 people, from 2 to thousands of people. You have got to be able to work together as a team. يعني ممكن انتوا تكونوا كتار، لكن لما انتوا ما تشتغلوا سوا رأيكم يكون متضارب. You are always at odds with each other. You are always at logger heads with each other. This is not a work of a team. ولو احنا كنا كده كان ايبا ده بيكون مات خلاص. لكن عشان احنا we were building، يعني it's building blocks. And when you build a team, or you build an organization, you have got to look at the people who are within the organization. Some people have got different skills. Some people live in different parts of the world. Some people are of different, of course, genders, females and males. You get people who are highly educated. You get people who are mid. You get people who have been in school. This is what an organization is. You have got to be able to bring all these people together, and this is a skill. طبعا عندنا the chairperson or the chairman of this organization that EPA is Dr. Hakim, but there are other people who are helping him in order to keep this organization viable. So we are building trust between ourselves. As an organization, the heads don't have to be many. Otherwise, there will be a lot of confusion. And we always say that we don't sort of like have a chairman and then other people just listening to him. When he says to you, jump, you will jump. You will say, how high should I jump? And this is the downfall of the other organizations. We are in an organization where everybody is respected. Everybody has got equal value. I can challenge the chairman, and he will have to listen to me. He has got to listen to me, and I have got to listen to him. So we have got regular meetings that we do as a leadership, sort of like, executive committee, you can call it that. But just the lead of this organization, we meet regularly and we discuss as in every organization, and we try and solve problems. This is one thing. The other thing is that we also try and link with people in the ground. And Dr. Hakim has been doing a lot of fantastic work by reaching out to people on the ground, our people on the ground, from whichever walk of life, and bringing them together, bringing Equatorians together. And when I say together, that means in soul, in body, and in everything, resources, everything. So these are some of the things which we have been doing. There are highlights which, I cannot repeat some of the things the activities which we have been doing because it's classified. But what I can say is that we have been getting headways on trying to build up resources for the organization. And, I will not beat about the bush. Our main aim is to free Equatoria. And when I say free, that means to free it completely from this oppressive system. We could work together with other people, it doesn't matter, but we are, a stand-alone organization just catering for Equatoria. This is what Equatoria should be happy about. For me, I am very, very happy, and I feel very proud that I am part of EPA. And I would like people just to, those people who are listening, although they are few, one or two people can just come and say, please try and say what you don't like about EPA, because we will take it on board. Because if you don't say to us what you don't like or what you see wrong, we cannot put it right. So we want constructive criticism. We will accept it, and we also want to see what's working on the ground so that we can build on it. This is the main thing. So most probably Dr. Hakim is going to speak about some of the achievements of EPA so far, because this is now the time that we should showcase EPA as it is. One of the achievements is that, you know, or one of the things which have been you know, noticed, and something which has not been noticed by other people, or which has not been in other organizations, is the fact that there is a big female presence in EPA. And maybe that's why it's stable. It's one of the most stable. I will tell you this because looking around, I can tell you that it's one of the most stable organizations, and we are going upwards, forwards and upwards. And there is nothing that's going to drag us down because there is not a lot of testosterone, you know, jumping about. So we are all sort of level-headed females, high caliber. I will tell you that. And this is what we need in South Sudan, because the balance, if you look at the government, the present government, it's all patriarchal. It's all to do with men, old men, you know, thinking that they can run the country, although now going to, I don't know, 20 years now. And we are not going anywhere. Instead, the country has already failed. And, you know, this is something which people have got to recognize, that the male factor in the running of South Sudan has made it fail. It's like 99% men. And the women who are there in the government, they are non-significant. What significant role are they taking part in? They are not. So most of them are men, old men, with all sort of like ideas. All ideas. Why? Because they think that they should do the same thing and maybe they will get a different result. There is nothing like that. Probability wise, if you put 1 + 1 is equal 2. However you look at it, if you put it at night, it's still 2. If you work it during the, you know, during the summer, it's still 2. If you do it during the winter, it's still 2. It's not going to change. So people should start looking at different ways of solving problems. And one of the things which I will tell you is that the female element in any organization is very important. This is why the West has found this out. And they always think that, you know, we the men, we think in a different way. If we put in the equation 1 or 2 women, things might change. Things change. And people will look at things differently, because the way problems is different from how men solve problems. It's not that, you know, I want to say to belittle the men or anything like that, no. But I just want to say that if you balance gender and, you know, the gender number, you bring it to a little bit of balance. We in South Sudan, and not to bring people who are just taken just randomly like that. It should be people who are put forward by the people of South Sudan, which is who have voted, who are loved by the people of South Sudan. If people like that will be pressurized in order to work for the people and not for Salva Kiir. So this is something very important. The other thing which we are looking at is the youth. You know, we have got a lot of youth on the ground, and we have got also, you know, somebody defined youth as up to age, shall we say 45, the youth of nowadays. So from age 16 all the way up to age 55, we can call them youth. So we are trying to recruit youth also in EPA so that they will come and give us a different flavor also of some of the policies, how we solve problems, etc., etc. So these are some of the things which I, you know, like just to put to your attention. And the main thing, you know, I didn't hear any songs. We should be singing. We should be really clapping and everything, and jumping up and down, because we are so happy today that we have reached year 4
milestone, yeah,
of EPA, and hopefully very soon it will be more than that. So by the 5th year, who knows what will happen at the end of 2024? I don't know. Maybe something good is going to happen. Let us always hope for the best. So I'll pass the mic to my friend James, Dr. Akuli here. So I would like to welcome her. I'm sure she has got a lot to say. Thank you, James.
Thank you, دكتورة ألما زندارية للكلمات الطيبات. أكيد بنشغل ميوزك بعد شوية، don't worry. دكتور حكيم يجهز. نرحب بأختنا دكتورة مارغريت كوديا. مارغريت, the floor is yours. تفضل يا دكتورة.
Yeah, shukran, James. I want to greet everyone. I want to greet my fellow panelists, yourself, James, Hakim, Zandawiya, and all the ones that are going to come later on. I also want to greet the audience and the ones who are going to listen to this message over YouTube and other social media channels. So today is EPA's 4th anniversary, and we're in a very celebratory mood because it has been a great journey with ups and downs. Of course, all trips, you know, have their own challenges, especially in that territory called South Sudan right now, and the reason why EPA was formed 4 years ago. Those reasons are still present, but we are determined to resolve those issues that caused EPA to be formed. So we're celebrating, and I would like to appreciate everyone, each and every individual who has contributed to EPA's growth for you all. Whether it's directly or indirectly, we appreciate everyone. Like my sister Zandawiya said, everybody is welcome. Everyone brings something to the table. Everybody's contribution is important. There's no such thing as too small. Okay, you can come as you are. You bring what you have, and you add to the mix. You contribute to it. So I'm very appreciative of all of that. And so EPA is 4 years strong and still going. So we're not going anywhere. I've said this before many times. EPA is not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. So I'm just going to reiterate a few things as we start this program. And we will continue to make contributions. And I want to invite everyone to come here, especially our Arabic speakers. You are always welcome. Everybody's welcome. you speak in Arabic, English. We have people here who speak both languages. So you're welcome here, okay, to contribute. So in terms of where we have come from, where we came from, and where we are right now, and where we're going, Dr. Hakim sort of started off, and Zandawia and James have, gone before me, and they have said a lot of things about those aspects, of EPA. So really just to revisit, we came, 4 years ago, we got together in a dialogue called Equatorial to Equatorial Dialogue. And really basically what we were talking about, we were focusing on Equatoria. And the reason why we're doing that is because our people are affected just because, the city is located in Equatoria, and so there's a threat. There's an ever existing threat to the people of Equatoria, and this is not to negate the other threats that are occurring in the rest of the country, but EPA's focus is Equatoria. And we've said before that, EPA is a model, and anyone can replicate this model. It's welcome to replicate it in other locations. So where we are right now is 4 years later. We're still going, and obviously the issues that made us form EPA are still existing. But we are going to go forward with the agenda that brought about EPA. And that is really basically focusing on rescuing Equatoria. And it doesn't look like we're making any strides right now, but trust me, we are. And so, like I said, this model of EPA is replicable, and it can be tailored to any nation, any group, any region that is interested in some of the things that we're trying to do. And our main focus really is security and freedom, free Equatoria where people can walk about like they used to do in the early 80s. Many of us, I lived, in Equatoria in the 80s. And you could walk around in the middle of the night, no one would harass you. Even as a young girl, you just walk around and nobody would harass you. And if you're in trouble, people would come to your rescue. So that is what we're trying to do now, to rebuild that security in the middle of a completely failed South Sudan state, where there's absolutely no security. And it's just not acceptable right now. And most of the things, although they are occurring in all the corners of the land called South Sudan right now, they seem to be concentrated in Equatoria right now, just because the capital is in Equatoria, in Juba. So the work of EPA, there's not a crowd in EPA, but it's by design. Zandawia talked about building blocks. So that's what we do. That's what we do at EPA. We are building blocks, and there's a lot of vetting, by the way. There's absolutely no place for dysfunction, no place for lack of trust. So we vet people very, very carefully. And what many of the things that we look at are commitment to the cause of Equatoria, to what EPA is trying to achieve for Equatoria. That is replicable by other people if they want, if they feel that it's a great model. So commitment is one. Trust is a really big one. So it's so absolutely important that we trust anybody who becomes involved in building our blogs. Trust is of the utmost. It might actually be the absolute first thing, and it's actually one thing that everything else falls under. Like if you trust people, when you trust people, you respect them. And Zandawiya talked about respect. So we respect everyone. Like I said earlier, everybody has something to offer. Everyone has something to bring. Everybody has something to contribute. And there's no such thing as small. So we value all. It's like most extended family systems, families that are in Africa, that are functional anyway, not the dysfunctional ones. I know there's a lot of dysfunctional extended families, but what I'm talking about are very functioning families where everyone is valued equally, and everybody is taken care of. So basically that's what we're trying to emulate at EPA as a flat structure. Of course, you know, there's leadership, there's leadership, EPA has leadership, but the flat structure allows, you know, the philosophies that I'm just talking about everyone being valued equally. And there's no such thing as, oh, you know, the boss, subservient, there's no such thing. So the flat structure gives everybody a voice. Like you can just come forward, like Zandawiya said, you can challenge any of us, any one of us, even the ones who talk a lot and appear to be really, you know, like stubborn, maybe even strong. You can, you know, challenge us. You can, of course, you know, because there's so much respect. We do it very respectfully, so that, you know, we minimize conflict. So you can come forward, you can ask any question, and if we have the answers, we'll give you the answers. If we don't have the answers, we'll find the answers together. And if it's classified, we will let you know that it's classified. But one day you will be able to get the classified information, especially if we have vetted you and you can be trusted. So you saw me laughing when Zandawiya was talking about how women bring stability, and I want to reiterate that honestly. Like women bring stability and they are nurturing, they build, they don't destroy. And so I really think that, you know, all the nations in that land called South Sudan should look into involving more women, because they're level-headed, they're very stable, and most of them are actually really high caliber everywhere. Like they're knowledgeable, and you can vet them, and, you know, like I said, you know, everybody brings something to the table. You know, you won't go wrong, you know, by involving more women, and that's what EPA is all about. You know, we basically have, you know, like equality, like everybody's equal, everybody is valued, you know, and the women nurture, they build, you know, instead of destroying. So like I said, you can use the EPA model anywhere. We're open, we can share, you know, what we're trying to do and how, because most people have not really understood what EPA is all about. They haven't understood the model of EPA, and they misunderstand what EPA stands for. You know, so we are going to start holding town halls that are open to all with questions. And so really basically what we're trying to do is to model democracy in the same philosophies that drive EPA, so that anyone who doesn't even agree with us is welcome to say why they don't agree with what EPA is doing, and what the alternatives are. So we're just looking to make sure that you know, we stay true to the reasons why EPA was formed, to protect Equatoria, to safeguard it from being destroyed. Although it doesn't look like, you know, we're making strides, but we are. You know, so you come to us, come to EPA, come to our, you know, like our forums, and participate. And if you want to be, you know, participate even closer to us, you will have to be vetted. And honestly, our vetting machines are impeccable. Nobody gets away with it. So because there's absolutely no room for dysfunction. So I will end here for now and we'll come later on, but just want to thank everybody again. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, دكتورة ماجريت أكوليا. مشكورة كثير الدكتورة ماجريت عضو المكتب السياسي. حقيقة نشكرك للكلمات الطيبات انت اللي قلتيها. وفعلا الاي بي اي قدم حاجات كثيرة حتى على مستوى الأرض هناك. الجانب المجتمعي قدمنا كثير يعني، والناس اللي في الأرض هناك يشهدوا على ده. طبعا ما كل الحاجات بتتقال بالتوضيح، لكن عندنا إسهاماتنا في كل المجالات المجتمعية والثقافية نحن موجودين. شكرا لك دكتورة ماجريت، ومشكورة برضو قبل دكتورة ألما. نرحب بالناس التحوا بينا كلهم إخوة وأخوات في اليوم التاريخي ده اللي هو الاحتفال بالعيد الرابع لتأسيس تحالف الشعب الاستوائي. ونحن نشكر أي زول جانا هنا وقاعد، إخوة وأخوات، وحتى المرأة برضو نحن نشكرهم. الدكتور حكيم داريو لو أنت جاهز استلم المنصة. تفضل دكتور.
شكرا جيمس. أول حاجة بشكر الأخت ماجريت أكوليا، وبشكر الأخت زندوية، والشكر لك برضو يا جيمس للاستضافة بتاعت الحضور هنا اليوم. وده طبعا زي ما قلت جبالك ده يوم مهم جدا بالنسبة لنا. And I think I just wanted to set expectations for those who are here in the room. We are not going to be lecturing. ما حنقدم محاضرة ولا يعني we will not claim that we know everything. But what we want to do is to have a dialogue. So we're going to be presenting this room here today in the form of a dialogue, maybe a dialogue at the level of moderators, those of us who are here in the moderation في المنصة بتاعت الفورم هنا الروم. We will also welcome inputs from those who are listening or who have interest to chip in to ask a question. So we want it to be driven by you, the al-hudur, rather than to be driven from top down, like we are driving this dialogue and then you just simply sit all night listening to us talking. Yes, we will be engaged in dialogue, but I would want to welcome inputs from anybody who has something to say. Take the opportunity, and like Margaret said, we're a very democratic community, and we value the contributions of everybody, regardless of our differences. But we do recognize that we're a diverse society, we're a diverse community, and that means we have to be inclusive in our approach, inclusive in our dialogue without excluding anybody. So that's really just to set the expectation. But then the other thing that I wanted just really maybe by way of having a dialogue is to maybe start from a different angle, without necessarily focusing too much on why we formed EPA. But for those who are new to EPA and would like to ask a question, they would be most welcome to come forward, and they will be given the opportunity to ask questions about any subject area about EPA. لكن في المقام الأول يعني إحنا عاوزين يعني ندير حوار زي ما كان عملنا قبل كده حوار الاستوائي which is the Equatoria to Equatoria dialogue that motivated many Equatorians to participate in في الحوار الاستوائي the Equatoria to Equatoria dialogue. across a number of months. You started it in April 2020, and that went on until July, August time, when we, in July, made Equatorial People's Declaration on Charter of Rights. This Equatorial People's Declaration on Charter of Rights is not something out of the normal. It is simply a reiteration of what belongs to any human society, to any social group in terms of the rights that belong to them, and the expectations of that social group or community or nation to want to live in peace and to enjoy their natural rights, their human and people's rights, which were ordained by God, ordained by the Creator. And I think it's only right that when all else fails in a project in which we want to build a nation, and that goes astray, is not really working out, then people are entitled to rethink the project, to consider other options, and this is what we are facing in South Sudan. يعني كان في مشروع بتاع بناء الدولة القومية. Okay, there was a combined force of the will of our people to form their own state, and this is underscored by the struggle for 21 years, the struggle before that for 17 years, and the political struggle that preceded all of this, going back in the early 20th century. So احنا فعلا بدأنا في المشوار. We started the journey of state formation, and that is underscored by the right to self-determination, the exercise of the right to self-determination. And I think this doesn't require any effort to explain what we did as the people of South Sudan in 2011 when we voted with quite, a very high, turnout in the referendum to cast votes in favor of statehood, and that's how South Sudan was born as a new state. This was a really very exciting time for those of us who lived these times. I think we were very fortunate, we were very lucky to be the ones witnessing the coming into existence of South Sudan as a state. They can't dream that our ancestors يعني أهلنا القدام ضحوا وماتوا, all those people who sacrificed their lives during the course of the struggle, they did so in order to see this day. And so we were very blessed. We're very blessed to to live and to see by our own eyes the coming into existence of a South Sudanese state as an independent country. It was very exciting, and maybe personal accounts will probably help to underscore this, to underpin this. And I think many of you here will probably have stories to tell about your own experience as you were approaching the time of the referendum, that many people waited for this day and they died. They didn't see it, but we saw it. We lived to see it. And the amount of excitement that went with it, in diaspora, back home, this was a time of real excitement that history was being made. And we were part of this history. We made it happen. We casted our vote. And then this high expectation was not necessarily translated into living the dreams that we all dreamt and we started now to see the decline, the frustrations and the disappointments that our people are living today. So where we went wrong was that we did not really focus our minds on building the nation state. We came from different social groups in South Sudan. We existed as 3 provinces initially back in the history: Equatoria, Panal, Bahr el Ghazal. We struggled together to free ourselves from the yoke of Arab domination for reasons best known to us, that we wanted to live as a free people, as enjoying all of our rights, having political decision-making powers in our hands, being able to decide for ourselves as to what is best for our country, what's best for our people, and what's best for each one of us. We are in this time of history where we are building the new state. So this was now going to be the generation that will build the state, build the nation that we fought for so much. We lost and sacrificed so much. We spilled blood in order to gain liberty and freedom. Presumably in a state, in a democratic state that recognizes that diversity of South Sudan, a state that will be inclusive, a state that where our people will make decisions, live freely without fear of terror or of enemies coming into our country, that you could live and even sleep out in the open, traverse the forest, go anywhere in South Sudan and feel that you're at home. Because you now have your own country, you now have your own national army, you now have your own police, you now have your own justice system, you now have your own institutions, you have your parliament that is representing the voices of our people, that justice will be dispensed, that would have the institutions that would, emerge to be models to be followed in the region and elsewhere, because we would have learned how many of these neighboring countries have gone through conflict soon after their independence, and how many of these countries fell in the trap of corruption, dictatorship, and we saw it because we have first-hand experience of the Sudan. And would you believe that we want to go back to being Sudan? Would you believe that you want to really live the old Sudan in a new state? Hatta even in the Bible you cannot put old wine, or you cannot put new wine in an old bottle, right? So you better separate the two. The old bottle serves its purpose. The new bottle serves its purpose. That it's new. That's the difference. It's new. It's not the old, because we fought against the old, and we wanted to extricate ourselves from Sudan, didn't we? Why did we want to extricate ourselves from Sudan? Because we lived half lives. We were not full humans, because we did not have access to exercising our own political power in decision making. We were not having an equitable, system that is inclusive, and you all know this. The narrative is there in history. Why our, politicians raised the subject of a federal system in Sudan? Because they felt excluded. They wanted to safeguard and guarantee that they also exercise political power. The fact that they wanted Sudan to, for South Sudan not to enter into a union with the Sudan as a united country, Was that because they wanted to be sure that they were making the right decision, that they wanted to consult their people, that they have suffered for many generations? They have suffered in the hands of the Arab system, in the hands of slavery, the policies of slavery that have transformed to become instituted in the institutions that now serve the state, that discriminate against South Sudanese, that undervalue the lives of the people of South Sudan, and so on. So we had a genuine, legit reason for why we wanted to extricate ourselves from Sudan. And we looked even at reforming Sudan, but the reality was that Sudan was not reformable because there was the burden of cultural integration, that this cultural integration was one way. Islam and Arabism dominated. There was a stronger current of alignment to the Arab world, alignment to the Islamic ideology, to the total exclusion of African traditions, African humanity. So what we saw in Sudan was that it was formed with a government for Arab and Islamic societies. It operated as such. And that is exclusive in its own right, because, Africans were not part of it. They didn't feel at home with that system. And that's why we wanted to extricate ourselves. And we're very excited. Our country has become independent, and we're now going to fashion it out to be, the epicenter of evolution of the African traditional cultures, political thought, and a system of government that would be so more inclusive of our diversity in the country, that would manage this diversity, that would really create history, because we're going to be projecting our image onto the world stage. That this is the new nation that is born. A child, once is born, is full of, many, many, many expectations. You put a lot of expectations on a child. You celebrate their birth, and you hope for the best. You do everything in your capacity to ensure that this child grows, and this child, fills a vacuum that we might have failed to fill, that we have had no opportunity to fill this vacuum, and we kind of evolve this aspiration to our children, to our posterity, so that they do it better than us, right? So that was the opportunity. For example, that the younger generation in South Sudan would take upon itself the challenge and burden of nation building, that the old generation will give way, because that is out of its own interest for the betterment of this country, for the future of this country. And so it was therefore our right to be very optimistic, our right to be expecting the best outcome from the exercise of political power in South Sudan. But have you actually then seen so far, have you seen the evidence of the exercise of that political power in the public interest, in the interest of the people of South Sudan? Look at our military institutions. Are they inclusive? Look at our parliament. Does it fulfill the expectations of our people? Ask yourself these questions. Look at the executive branch of government. Look at the justice systems. Look at our leaders. Are they competent? Look at the level of corruption that has crept and reared its ugly head in South Sudan. If you just look at all of this, you simply come to the conclusion that our hopes and optimisms are misplaced because none of these institutions are there. The parliament is non-existent. Even the parliament of the regional government of South Sudan was better than the parliaments that we have had since becoming an independent state. If you look at the justice system, we have not invested in this because we don't seem to have an ideal of how justice could be dispensed in South Sudan. And no one is leading on that. If you look at the health service, no one is leading in that to provide the best health service system in the region. We've had a lot of money coming out of oil, but with your own account, you're a witness. Where is the money from the oil? Have you probably heard about this song that there's a fat rat in South Sudan? An evil, rat that, eats everything. And so these are the stories, these are the narratives, and I'm sure that all of you have your own personal stories to tell. It's not that like we just wanted to, run away from the South Sudan and for just for the sake of it. I think we all put our hands to build this country. And I'll, if you may allow, just give me an opportunity to share my, personal story. And all of us here have personal stories. It's not to, it's not the purpose of which is not really to, kind of like show that, we just wanted to, to demonstrate that we have tried, we have attempted. Right after when there was hope now that the South Sudan peace, the Sudan peace, comprehensive peace agreement was going to be signed, we were very, optimistic and very active and with high expectations for our country that finally, with the signing of the right, provisions on the right to self-determination in Machakos, we started to run, ahead of the game. We started to jump the gun. We started to begin to, imagine the emergent South Sudan and what we're going to be doing. Why we're so lucky and fortunate to be alive at this time to witness the coming of South Sudan into existence, right? Something that our people, our fathers, our mothers, and many, many, of our elders did not live to see. And so some of us put our hands together, and this is part of my personal kind of perspective of this. In 2003, we formed, an initiative you call the Association for Media Development in South Sudan, and we're looking towards transformation of South Sudan to become a democratic society. We were so excited. We wanted to have freedom of expression in South Sudan, instituted and legislated to give us the impetus that we're going to be a very inclusive and democratic society. We're very, very excited. And we went and established this association in Nairobi in August 2003, just 2 years ahead of the signing of the Comprehensive Peace Agreement. And I was elected as the secretary of the Association for Media Development in South Sudan, executive secretary for the Media Development Association in South Sudan. One of my other colleagues was called Jacob Akol, who is a seasoned journalist, was the chair. And then there were other journalists like Alfred Taban Logune, who unfortunately passed away. And then there was also other journalists, who joined us in this effort. So, because Alfred Taban Logune was the editor of Cartoon Monitor, and you all probably remember his contributions, to challenge the regime in Sudan, how much, what he stood for. And he was recognized by the United States Congress. And he was awarded, I think, at that time by Bush administration, awarded, recognition by the Congress, the U.S. Congress, right, for his journalistic achievements in Sudan, for highlighting the plight of, the people, the country, the oppressive system in Sudan. And you all know about the Press and Publications Act of 2004, which was passed just before the signing of the comprehensive agreement, because the Congress Party wanted to undermine the agreement, and it started to push legislation which was very restrictive, right? And so we saw that coming, and then we said, let's begin to engage the SPLM, because SPLM was, for all intents and purposes, it's the organization, the lead organization that will be charged with the responsibility of transforming South Sudan to become a democratic society. And so from 2003, I remained as executive director of the Association for Media Development in South Sudan. And I took the challenge upon myself to bring, to mobilize, for example, support from international media support. I worked with Article 19 and many other international bodies that promote freedom of expression. I went to many other African-based organizations to, put the case for South Sudan and urge for the support of democratic transformation in South Sudan and so on, to a point where the Association for Media Development in South Sudan, which is still active today, and has created an institute, the Institute for Media Development in South Sudan, which has graduated many journalists now, and is still live and kicking. So what we did was we, promoted the agenda of transformation in South Sudan, and we engaged with the African Union, especially the Commission on Freedom of Expression, and they gave us the status of observer as a civil society organization. Now, when we then came to Juba in 2005, the first thing that we did was, because we engaged the SPLM leadership in Naivasha, we also engaged the Dr. Samson Kwaja at the time, the late Dr. Samson Kwaja. We said, this is it. This is the opportunity. Let's go and showcase South Sudan as the real thing that will drive democratic transformation in South Sudan. The SPLM can lead that, and that is the least we can do for our people, so that we differentiate ourselves from the act of 2004 of the National Congress Party in Sudan. And of course, there was a vacuum of legislation in South Sudan, which meant that we would have to use the legislation in Sudan, in Khartoum, which was oppressive against the media. But we said, no, let's begin to put together a policy to be passed by the parliament for adoption of media legislation, so that we can begin to institute freedom of expression and allow the development of legal framework to support the democratic transformation in South Sudan. And true to the promises, Samson Kwaja in 2007 took on our proposition on media law and policy and put it to parliament to be passed, and it was passed. So SPLM was still not yet wanting to show its real teeth, right? So the parliament passed the legislation, the South Sudan Legislative Assembly, in 2007, and then subsequently there was expectation for us to then push the media legislation itself, comprising three laws: the South Sudan Broadcasting Corporation Law, بعدين مسودة بتاعت قانون بتاعت الصحافة طبعا, the equivalent of regulation of Sahafa by the media authority, and then this was meant to be an independent body that did not account itself to the government, but accounting itself is made accountable through the parliament. وبعدين ياخد the right of access to information, which is a law that would help drive transparency in South Sudan. And it treats information as being the right of the public to know. يعني قضية بتاعت انه الشعب لازم شنو في النهاية الحكومة يمتلك المعلومات ده لمصلحة بتاعت الشعب وليس لمصلحة بتاعت any information that is held in government is held so in trust in the public interest, and that the right of access to information will organize how we access that information. ممكن تقدم request to access information from any government institution, including even on expenditures بتاعت الحكومة, right? So that the media is able to access information and to inform the public. فدي كانت من بعض يعني المبادرات اللي احنا قمنا بها كمجموعة مستقلة من الحكومة as a civil society organization to fulfill our expectation to demonstrate the model of civil society organizations being able to take the lead in informing the public, informing government, and to undertake duties and responsibilities of prioritizing our public interest. فده كله كان محاولات عشان احنا نقدر نضع اساس سليم a basis for the emergent South Sudan that we want to live the values of democracy, the expectations of accountability of anyone who is in public office, and all of that. But this is what we tried. It took almost 10 years after that until the laws were passed in 2013. After a struggle, because the SPLM started to stand against these laws. And today, that's why there is no freedom of expression in South Sudan. And for example, we challenged the National Security Service law that this is not compatible with the democratic society that we want to build in South Sudan. But who would listen? So احنا شفنا انه يعني كان بقى في فشل وفي resistance to democratization in South Sudan. On the contrary, there was a lot more development of usurpation of the power of the people. There's limitation of public space for freedoms, killing of journalists, and then in the end, the SPLM itself, was not able to contain differences within itself as a force that, is charged with transforming South Sudan as the party of government, the party in government. Right? And now we have seen how our institutions have failed. ما عندنا برلمان who can hold the the executive branch of government to account. And of course, I don't have to narrate what you all already know. فإحنا حاولنا مجهودات genuine, sincere, attempts for us to contribute to the building of our nation as one country. لكن في النهاية زي ما بيقولوا the force against democratization in South Sudan, the forces of impunity, the forces of corruption, the forces of the forces that commit atrocities, the lack of institutionalism. معناه شنو انه احنا we're going backwards. We're going backwards and we'll not be in a position to establish the institutions that we want for our country, for our people, and for us as a nation. We will not have those institutions. And this may go on for the next 20, 30 years. We cannot entertain this. It means that if you keep quiet, you do nothing about it, then there will be no hope. sometimes you have to do something different outside of the box, to resist. And that is what we learned from the Torit uprising in 1955. Those brave soldiers who rose against the Arab regime and fought, and some of them were killed. They had to put up a fight for a better day, for a better future. And I think we're trying to emulate that. We're trying to emulate the Torit uprising in that, those soldiers of Equatorial Corps in Torit sacrificed everything, including their lives, to do something for future posterity, to stand for their rights, to assert what belongs to them, what belongs to their people, right? And this was against the Arab regime. There's nothing to say that if our current system is even worse than the Arabs, then why shouldn't we resist it? And how can you guarantee or be effective in resisting such a system? And we've seen the account of atrocities that were committed against our people after the outburst of conflict in 2013. Hundreds and thousands of Equatorians were forced out of their homes, and they are left without power. They are not exercising political power. They are not effectively contributing to the building of the nation. They are being marginalized instead. And not that other South Sudanese are not marginalized, or that not other South Sudanese are not facing similar circumstances. Of course they do. But what do? You like what Daniel said was that, when you are hit, you cry. You cry for yourself because you're hit. And sometimes you cry for your family, you cry for your children, and you want to do something first for your children, right? Before you can actually be in a position to help the family in the next door if they are going through similar challenges, right? Because you'd have gained experience of dealing with your own situation and then make that a model, like what Akolia was saying here, right? So if you go back to the history of the people of Equatoria, it was, the process of history that forged Equatoria as one people, that their identity is started to emerge, following the same processes that would normally create a nation and create a state, which is what we attempted to do in South Sudan. We fought together, we created a common history because we wanted to form a nation, and one nation state. And then we failed abysmally in delivering this nation state. And you all know the reasons why we failed. So you want to not to put yourself as a hostage and stop the processes of development, of progress, of enjoyment of your natural rights, of enjoyment of your human rights, enjoyment of your people's rights, just because there is this elusive notion that, South Sudan, we're building South Sudan, we have to suffer, and sacrifice our lives to build this nation called South Sudan. So I think it is only appropriate that we make our priorities, we choose to make priorities as to, when do you really want to enjoy your freedoms, your liberty, and so on and so forth. And I think that is, what drives the people of Equatoria today. Change has to come. Maybe not everybody would probably be on the same page, but there has got to be an initiative to fill the void. There is a void that needs to be filled. And this is why EPA stepped in. It stepped in to question the conscience of the people of Equatoria that they're about to lose big time. First, you are dispossessed of exercising political power in supposedly a new nation, in a new country. So are we supposed to be losing exercising our political powers, because we're in South Sudan? Because we should be accepting of this, we should be accepting this. So I think there is a risk, a huge risk of us not and completely even losing our liberties, being dispossessed of our lands, and so on. Because if you don't have institutions in a country, you don't have a democratic system that's inclusive, that can manage diversity, if you don't have institutions that are segregated, that are obligated to perform their duties and functions, and only their duties and functions in the public interest, if you don't have those kinds of institutions, then you are simply living in a failed state. And that is the reality that we have in South Sudan. There's no nation, there's no one nation, right? We should recognize this. People, talk about, hope in the corner that the system can change and it would just, be a matter of opposition groups, coming together to remove the system. And those opposition groups have got different interests, and there's lack of a social fabric that builds trust. Akulia talked about trust. This is something that is now missing in South Sudan. Politics. In politics in South Sudan, there's no trust. So who are you going to work with? Politicians are not from Upper Nile, don't work with the politicians from Equatoria. Politicians from Equatoria do not necessarily work with politicians from Bahr Ghazal, and vice versa, because there's no trust. If they were to be accountable to the people, there might be a different story. But those in power, or supposedly on behalf of the people, are not mandated by the people. They sign agreements among themselves, and the people are not engaged. The people are not party to these agreements. They have no role to play. And so they can extend themselves in power for as long as they want. Look at the crossroads now, right? The revitalized agreement failed to be implemented. They extended themselves in power several times, and they still have no solution. Even the clear provisions of the agreement that there should be a constitution-making process, they did not succeed to make a constitution. And they still want to go for elections. And when they are being questioned, how can you do that when you don't have a constitution? What kind of elections are you going to hold? Are you going to elect the president, or are you going to elect the state ministers, or are you going to elect the governors? Who is going to be elected first? And who decides that? Who decides that we should be, electing the president first and then elect the parliament, and then wait for another 2 years to elect? Who decides that? Which constitution decides that? None. You, the people, have you been involved in that? No, of course not. And then they want to go and say, we have Tumaini. This Tumaini is supposed to complement the revitalized agreement, and therefore bring it on board so that we can implement the remaining provisions of the revitalized agreement. This is the excuse for extending themselves, another 3 years in power without returning to the people, because the people are assumed not to know these things. They have no role to play in this. Only the elites, the same elites that have failed the country. So you can see that I'm not sure whether there is any kind of hope in this process. There's no hope. So that is what is motivating EPA, and we're saying perhaps let's localize the process. In Equatoria, we have a social fabric that was, forged over many generations. We have a sense of identity as Equatorians, something resembling a nation, even if it's not recognized. We want to build on what we have got. Society is stitched together over many generations, and we have overcome certain hurdles like rigid tribal boundaries, violent conflict, and there is a process of modernization that has taken place, which is recognizable, and that normally happens in the process of building a nation. And the nation is meant to be governed by a government that they elect, that they mandate, that they transfer power to exercise it in the public interest, if there is any nation. So that is what we failed to do in South Sudan. The nation is not engaged or involved in the process of mandating authority to govern. If we look around, of course, government has become a reality, a power in the modern world, in the state, in the construct of a state that governs a human society. So we have this idea and notion of the government of human society in South Sudan, okay? And, South Sudan, you have, for example, the human society, the human population that lives in Equatoria, the human society that lives in Upper Nile, the human society that lives in Bahr Ghazal. Do they have a government that really cares about them? So this human society that lives in Equatoria, does it have a government that cares about the public interest of the people of Equatoria as a nation? Is there a government of human society in South Sudan that understands what human society is? That today, yes, it is necessary to have a government for a human society, right? Where is that government? Do these leaders think in terms of this kind of abstraction, that there's such thing as a human society and there is a government of the human society in this day and age? And the ways of going about having this government are important. So what I want to say is that there's a human society in Equatoria. And this human society in Equatoria, this human society that lives in Equatoria, deserves to have a government. If there is none in South Sudan, then they have to create their own government, right? And this government is meant to preserve the human rights of this human society. This government is meant to preserve the liberties, the freedoms of this human society that want to prosper, that want to have justice, that want to have institutions that serve it, that want to develop their posterity. They want to live in peace and liberty. So I think all of us as human societies, we're entitled to live with dignity. We're entitled to live realization, enjoyment of the freedoms that belong to us. There may be economic, social, cultural, and political rights that belong to every human society on earth. So why should we be deprived? As a human society, why should we be deprived of those rights, liberties, natural and human and peoples, which were ordained by God, ordained by historical processes that forged us into one people in Equatoria, as one nation with a social fabric and a sense of identity. We are a human society, right? So we should be entitled to enjoy our rights. And all human societies are equal, right? At least that is the principle. So I think it is deserving of the people of Equatoria to want to live as a human society that enjoys the benefits of liberty and choice and free choice, free political association, to form their own political parties, to associate freely with others of like-minded, to engage in democratic practices, to hold, any institutions that, stand there in the interest of the public to do so. You can't create a parliament, for example. You can't create any institution of government to not work in the public interest. There's no legitimacy for that. All these institutions are there to serve the purpose of fulfilling the enjoyment of natural, human, political, socio-economic rights and so on. The right to health, the right to liberty, the right to justice, and all of this. And that is the foundation of Equatorial People's Declaration and Charter of Rights, that these are our natural rights. These rights belong to other societies. They don't belong to Equatoria alone. They belong to Equatoria as a human society. They belong to the people of Upper Nile, the other nations. We are human societies, right? So we are entitled to these rights. And because of that, we made the declarations just basically to assert our rights. That time has come for us to worry and concern about ourselves, the future of Equatoria, the future of the people of Equatoria. And that's why EPA was formed, because none of the political organizations on the scene have turned their attention to what's happening in Equatoria. None of these political organizations seem to prioritize putting Equatoria first. And when we say in EPA we put Equatoria first, this is without prejudice. This is without prejudice to the people of Upper Nile, to the people of Bahr al-Ghazal. No, it is not. We're just simply saying we're setting our priorities right. And this is not against collaboration and working together on issues of common interest with the people of Upper Nile, with the people of Bahr al-Ghazal, because they are just as human societies as us. And so there should be a common ground for us to work together in certain respects of, recognition of each other's rights, not encroaching upon the territory and rights of others. Be respectful of the rights of others. It's only in this way that we can manage the diversity that we have in the country. But I think for change to come, it's not easy. Somebody has to lead, and somebody will have to take leadership to continue this journey, right? So what we are saying is that we're making a statement before ourselves and before the people of Equatoria and say, look, we cannot tolerate being dispossessed of exercising political power, being dispossessed of having institutions that would serve our existence, that would serve the future posterity of Equatoria, that we have to order our priorities, because it seems like people are blind. The leaders are blinded. They are not serious. They are not focusing their minds on what should be the priority of the countries, or the priorities of our country. They don't give a damn to that. So what we are saying is that let's bring about change. Let's change the current state that has failed us in a process of substitution, substituting this state with a new state, with a new wine, right, in a new bottle. So, and this is an obligation to all of us as Equatorians in order for us to have a voice. Today, if all of Equatoria were to stand as one bloc politically and say, no, we cannot tolerate this mess going on in South Sudan, let's make a statement about it, who will not listen? Just by the act of making a statement that, no, this is not what we saw coming. We did everything in good faith. All of us did everything in good faith. But we're having different results now. So we have to question this. It's our right. We have to accept those rights as the people and say, stop, we do have rights. We're a human society ordained with all the rights that belong to every human society. And we cannot be held hostage to a system that does not promote the welfare of the people of Equatoria in having democratic institutions, in exercising an enjoyment of sovereignty, and delegating their powers to institutions that serve them. No, we can't go on like this. And so it should not be a surprise if Dr. Alma and Akulia talk here about liberty of the people of Equatoria, that we want to be free. Who would not want to be free? I think all of us want to be free, we want to enjoy our liberties, but there should be no compulsion of putting all of us together in one house, and then while you burn this house, you still expect us to continue to live in this house, right? It doesn't make sense. So this is the time for awakening the people of Equatoria, that we have seen enough of South Sudan state, that your sovereignty, you are being dispossessed of your sovereignty. You are being dispossessed of having a say in matters of life and death, in matters to do with your own future, in matters to do with how you want to plan for the future of your family, the future of your children. Because some of these decisions that are being made on your behalf, and supposedly in the name of public interest, that Bolmel or somebody else can take millions of dollars from the government in the guise of being a contractor, or in the guise of being a special advisor, or in the guise of being close to the president, or in the guise of being from the same tribe. So he's not subject to accountability. The president himself is not subject to accountability, right? And then we say, this is all okay. This is South Sudan, it's okay to live like this. So help the oppressor to oppress us more. What we see is that South Sudan is a source of conflict. The government of South Sudan is a source of conflict in South Sudan. Because otherwise there would be no opposition, right? There would have been no opposition in the first place. But because they do the wrong thing, and that wrong thing that they're doing is causing conflict, like stealing public money, committing atrocities, massacres in Equatoria, and no one is held accountable. So what kind of government is this? But then we cannot be complacent about it. This is our message to the people of Equatoria. We cannot be complacent. It is not about fearing the gun or fear whoever holds the gun. That's not the issue. The issue is that you have ordained rights that belong to you. And it's only legitimate and right that you should demand for your rights. because you want to enjoy those rights. You're created as a human society, but not to be dispossessed of your rights, of your land, of your existence, and all of these other considerations. So that's where EPA is looking to go, that the people of Equatoria should be free, and they should not fear about demanding their freedom, their liberty, their rights. It is natural. If you don't, then you're, who gives a damn? Tomorrow you can be killed with impunity. Is that what you want to live? Is that what you want? The kind of outcome that you want? For atrocities to be committed in Equatoria against our people, and there's no accountability for it. And just because you feel your turn will come, for sure, for definite, your turn will come. Because once impunity is instituted, then, your turn will come. Or else you have to live just like a subclass human, because you fear this guy who holds a gun is going to kill you if you talk otherwise, if you demand your rights. So you become subhuman. You no longer actually even recognize or have a sense of, living your rights. You are dispossessed. You become an oppressed citizen, and so you become a follower of the oppressor, aiding oppression for your own existence, right? So, and I think people are born and people are born to in this world to fulfill a purpose, and you're born with all of these attributes, rights, and belongings that belong to you as ordained by God, that you are born free, you're entitled to certain rights as a matter of necessity for you to live. If you're not living those rights, then how would you fulfill your purpose? If you are constrained and limited in what you can do, in what freedom you can enjoy, in who you can only associate with, subject to limitations imposed upon you, which are not legitimate, then what's your purpose? So I think we have a bigger issue and challenge in Equatoria, that the people of Equatoria have to extricate themselves, like what we did together as South Sudanese. We extricated ourselves from the Sudan. And I think we're right, because today Sudan is still explosive. It's now living a conflict. It's living in a civil war because of dictatorship, because of the same processes that they used against us. Now we've gone away, but they haven't gotten rid of the processes that they used against us and even against their own society. And that has now generated conflict. In South Sudan, we started to follow the model of Sudan. Even the National Security Service, the legislation, and the oppressive system against the media, democratic rights, and so on, are being ordained today in South Sudan. So are we not going and heading towards disintegration and further conflict like what is happening in Sudan today? That's for sure. We're going in that direction, because that is the only outcome. That's the only outcome of oppressive systems. The country will disintegrate because we're going to be at each other's throat. We're going to fight each other because we have lost trust. We've seen people who are, بيجوا حرامية وبيجا بيشوفوا الحرام ده ذاته بيجا legitimate, whether you like it or not, because he's enjoying certain benefits at your expense. So how would you trust such a person? How would you trust to live with such people? How can we brothers call ourselves brothers and we don't eat together? We don't share anything together. then how can we be together in the same family? ما ممكن. Unless you make such a statement, nobody will know. So that is the statement that we want to make as EPA, Equatorial People's Alliance. And Equatoria, wake up. We deserve better than this. We need to be on our own. We need to demand our liberty because this system is not sustainable. It's not in our self-interest. It's not in our self-interest and preservation. We have to get out of this system. And if that meant that we have to create our own state, that's a better option. And if there is a cost to pay, this cost could be high, it could be medium, it could be low. So the world has also changed. The cost that we paid for extricating ourselves from Sudan may not be the same cost for extricating Equatoria from South Sudan. And you people of South Sudan, you should see this as a legitimate right of the people of Equatoria to want to extricate themselves from this model of the state that we live in. This model is not working for us. And in EPA, we're saying, even though Equatoria wants to extricate itself from South Sudan, it also wants to contribute for a better future for South Sudan, for the rest of South Sudan, based on building the foundations of trust. And we came up with this concept of a union state, a الدولة الاتحادية, which first recognizes the sovereignty of our different, social groups. لأنه هسي we're being dispossessed of this sovereignty. We're being dispossessed of democratic rights. We're being dispossessed of human natural rights to live as a human society with a government for a human society that deserves or is accountable to the people, because that's the order of the state. A state cannot exist without, the sovereignty flowing from the people to the institutions of the state. انت ما ممكن اليوم تقول انه انت حتكون البرلمان والبرلمان ده يكون برلمان Salva Kiir. That's what Salva Kiir wants. What about what the people want? Can we tell the difference? What is the parliament doing for the people of South Sudan? And what's the parliament doing for Kiir? Kiir wanted legislation that national security to be passed, to arrest you without judicial process and so on. That's what Salva Kiir wants. Is that what the people want? The people don't want that. But does the parliament stand with the people? No, it doesn't. This is the system, the flawed system that we have in South Sudan. And we want to extricate ourselves from that. And the way to go about extricating ourselves from that is to, educate and inform our people, Equatorians, that let's extricate ourselves from this model of a state, because it's not going to work in our interest. You're already dispossessed of your lands. You're already dispossessed of your political, natural, economic, social, cultural rights, because the system does not exist for preservation of these rights. It's a window dressing thing. The cartel that mujrimin, who are not accountable to anybody, and they're forging this state as a failed state. عشان كده احنا بنتكلم في Equatorial People's Alliance في التحالف بتاع الشعب الاستوائي بنتكلم عن Equatorial State Formation as a substitution to this failed state. We have to talk about Equatorial State Formation. We want to form Equatorial State with the right institutions that serve the liberty of our people, that guarantees freedom of association, freedom of assembly, that guarantees the flow of sovereignty from the people to the institutions of government, that would have a government, truly have a government of human society that lives in Equatoria. So those are the drivers of why we exist today as Equatorial People's Alliance, because There's a threat to Equatoria as a people. There's a threat to Equatoria as a nation, or even a threat to the prospect of Equatoria becoming a nation. You see, and when we become a nation, we are not becoming a nation in the model of the failed state, because South Sudan has failed to create a nation. So I think there is a benefit in us going back to our roots. When I no, actually, all of these different social groups in South Sudan existed as a sovereign people before the coming of the state, before the advent of the state, South Sudan state. قبل كده الناس دي كله عايشين شنو في جغرافيا بتاعتهم كأسياد المناطق بتاعتهم. And now we have a new reality. We wanted to form an inclusive nation, one nation under this system called South Sudan. But we have failed. SPLM has failed. The leaders of SPLM have failed, and they still want to continue to be in power, whether you like it or not. معناه القصة خلاص باظت، يعني القصة باظت وبقينا في معبدة رياح بما لا تشتهيه السوق. قال بيشوف في كلمة عربية كده بيقول أتت الرياح بما لا تشتهيها السفن. يعني the wind are blowing in the direction that the ship or the boat doesn't like, because the ship was set to drive South Sudan to become one nation, to create the nation that we fought for, the reason why we extricated ourselves from Sudan. Now, this ship is not going in that direction because there are winds, strong winds that blow this boat in a different direction, not in the direction that we set out to go as one nation. حتى الفكرة بتاعت انه احنا جنوب سودانيين، يعني جنوب direction, it's a directional thing, right? But that's another conversation. فالمهم النقطة اللي أنا عاوز ممكن أجيب عليه هسي هنا briefly is that let's have a dialogue. Let's have a dialogue so that if we want to separate, we separate in peace. إحنا عاوزين نشوف إنه these different social groups recognize that first that they are sovereign people. Their sovereignty inheres in the people. The Nuer are a sovereign nation. The Jeng are a sovereign nation. Equatorians are a sovereign nation. Let's sit down as sovereign nations and see what is common. Because we're failed, yes, there was one thing in common, which was the referendum and the coming of the state into existence. But that has now evaporated. So we need to sit down and say, how can we coexist and live together? Because, you cannot come and dispossess me of my sovereignty, of my right and identity in the name of South Sudan. No, this South Sudan no longer works. Let's go back to the drawing table. Let's agree that we are all sovereign entities, and we then need to enter into a union of sovereign people so that we don't encroach upon the rights of each other. This is where the conflict comes. Look, the SPLM encroached upon the rights of the people. It did not create institutions that serve the interests of the people. They don't have a parliament that stands for the people and holds the executive accountable. That's why political opposition started to emerge, because this system, in their view, is not right. And the moment you come to realization that this system is not right, this is already conflict. Look at how Riek Machar and Kir and Pagan and others disagreed with Salva Kiir in the political bureau. And Salva Kiir imposed his will on the political bureau. flouting all the constitution of the SPLM and so on. So that is the source of conflict. That is what created conflict in South Sudan. And we're living the consequences now. So فإحنا عايزين نقول إنه إحنا نرجع ل drawing board and say, first and foremost, we did not exist together in one state, in a modern independent state. We did not do that yet because we are trampling on the rights of each other. And so the best thing for us to avoid conflict is to voluntarily come together and sit down and say, we sit down as sovereign people, let's work out how we can best coexist with each other. Because we're in this part of Africa, we're going to be continuing to be neighbors. It's better that we're neighbors in peace rather than neighbors in conflict. So let's sit down, agree, recognition of the fact that sovereignty inheres in the people, in the different social groups that exist in South Sudan, and let's work out a model of how we can coexist. And that there is no encroachment upon the rights of each other. If the people of Equatoria feel that they are one nation, they can only trust themselves to live in their own state, but also welcome others, but they make the laws that govern the people and human society of Equatoria, or human society that lives in Equatoria. Sovereignty inheres in the people of Equatoria. They come up with their own system of government over their territorial borders. They have lived and peacefully coexisted with each other for generations. So they are entitled to enjoy liberty, freedom, and preservation of their posterity, identity, and existence in sovereignty. That should not be disrupted, right? So why would others not want to recognize that? Because you want to dispossess us? Who is the absolute power? And for example, the Nuer nationality or the Jeng nationality should have a say over the people of Equatoria. If the people of Equatoria want to have their own state, they want to extricate themselves from the system that they extricated themselves from in the first place, like that of Sudan. And that's where conflict will emerge, because one group wants to use the state, the apparatus of the state, to impose its will, taking advantage of the state in own self-interest, not in the public interest. These are fundamental issues. These are key fundamental issues which will make or break South Sudan. So it's better that we avoid conflict and let the sovereign people of South Sudan determine and decide how they want to coexist with each other. And our message here is really to the people of Equatoria. Don't be ignorant. Don't be misled by politicians who want to take advantage of you, like what Salva Kiir tried to do, to be endorsed. He was standing against all forms of democratic values and practices. And he wants to be also, using SPLM tool to maintain himself in power, because that is convenient. It's just a tool. It's a convenient process, a tool in his hands to continue to remain in power. عشان كده احنا بنقول للاستوائيين, extricate yourselves from the SPLM. If you leave them alone, they would have no power. كل واحد هيكون عندهم سلطة. They can never force you to vote for them. It is you who will give them power. But deny them that power so that they come back to their senses. If you don't do that, we're just going along and saying, woye, 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 then you are being taken advantage of. You're out of your mind. If you're not out of your mind, then you are doing it in your own personal interest, which does not serve the interests of the people of Equatoria. We are taking a different track. We're going for the people of Equatoria because that's where we can guarantee our future. If Equatoria can preserve itself in its own state, preserve its identity, then our children will have a future. But that future cannot be guaranteed in a system that is failed. You know, I would rather want to see my children inherit a legacy of free, democratic Equatoria. So we stand for the democracy of Equatoria. We stand for the liberty and freedom of the people of Equatoria. We just need to drum this in the back of the minds of all Equatorians that if we come together collectively as a power that is self-conscious, that is aware of what belongs to it, then I think we can bring change. And to extend this, we are inviting the people of Greater Pibor back to Equatoria because they are Equatorians in the first place. They are Equatorians. They are actually over 500 years ago or more, they moved from Equatoria to these territories that they now live in. But they are Equatorians by blood, by culture, by lineage. So we want the youth of the people of Equatoria and the youth of the people of Greater Pibor to stand together. The combined force of the people of Greater Pibor and of the people of Equatoria cannot be disregarded. If the people decide that this is their destiny, this is how they can preserve their existence in a failed state, then no power on earth can stop that, no matter how long they hold themselves in power, right? So we have to work from the ground up. The youth in Equatoria should combine their forces with the youth in Greater Pibor, not against any of these, nationalities, but just to demand our rights. And then if there is an obstacle, we will know who wants to be the obstacle to the rights of people. We will know who wants to be the enemy to the rights of people. And then we can find a strategy to deal with that, because it becomes a problem of existence, right? This is how we want to exist. This is how we want to live. And somebody wants to stand in the way of that, like what Kir is doing today. And whoever wants to stand in the way of us, the people of Equatoria and the people of Greater Pibor, coming together in self-interest, in preservation of our existence, then we will have to find a way and a solution to that as well. Because freedom is precious. Liberty is precious. People fought wars. We fought wars against the Sudan because of liberty, because of freedoms that we were denied, we were being dispossessed. So we want to form a government of the human society that is living in Equatoria and subject to the will of the people of Equatoria. As simple as that. Without prejudice to any other social groups in South Sudan. And those who want to team with us, they are also welcome. Like Alma said earlier on, the people of Equatoria want to have their own government that would preserve and legislate what's good for the people of Equatoria, and that would be aligned to what's good for every people, every human society on earth. But this happens to be our ordained habitat that we found ourselves and our ancestors living here as sovereign people. And so we want to build on that, take it to the next level, because we have successfully demonstrated that over the past generations that Equatorians have forged a social fabric. That is not deniable. No one can deny that. It's just Equatorians themselves are not organized to effect change. Change cannot just be brought by guns alone. It's not about taking up guns and going and fighting the gang or the system. That's not the only means. The objective is political. The objective is liberty. The objective is freedom. To live free, with dignity, and as a sovereign people that can limit any kind of government that, you know, governs this human society that lives in Equatoria. So, like I said, we want to go back to the drawing board. This is the only peaceful means by which we can work out how we can coexist, even on a transitional basis, to begin to recognize that, yes, we can live our lives separately, and we can exchange mutual benefits. Like what Alma said, if you want to come to Equatoria, you are welcome, but you will be subject to the rules and the laws of Equatoria. You will be free because the laws that the people of Equatoria legislate preserve individual liberties, al-hurriyat يعني, individual liberties, natural rights, and so on. We want the best people to come and serve in Equatoria, to bring their intellect, to serve and be paid handsomely as qualified people that can serve not only themselves and their families, they can serve Equatoria, they can serve even the whole humanity, right? We just want to create a space where this human potential can grow, can realize itself, and not to be suffocated because of lack of freedoms, because of stolen public resources, which are invested in personal accounts, and so on. No, we want to invest whatever resources that we have in the land of Equatoria, invest those resources for the development of Equatoria, for the development of Equatoria as a nation. And, you know, in a few decades, Equatoria will be different. The economy will be vibrant. We will never lose the opportunity to learn the lessons of failures. Maybe we'll be starting like Rwanda. And Rwanda, I think there are reports and you know, reality that women play a very important role in society there. They are members of parliament in good numbers. They legislate, and that's why Rwanda resembles, a heaven, a small heaven in Africa, where there's fast development economically and so on. And of course, there may be other factors and so on, but at least, you know, that's a model nearby here. What EPA wants to do is to create an environment for our people to realize their potential. We have quite a good number of female members in EPA, and this model actually works. Women took normally the burden of, babysitting us from small age, right? Until we walk, until we are able to run, right? And form our own families, right? Our mothers take care of us, and they do take care of us. So why can't women do the same in our political institutions, right? They should take care of the baby, the nation, right? The institutions of the nation. They have not demonstrated themselves to be corrupt, operating with impunity, and so on. So we should create a level playing field. And that's the model we want bring to Equatoria, but we are being disrupted. Equatoria is being disrupted. Its economic development is being disrupted. Its human potential is being disrupted because there is a surrounding failed, corrupt system around us that's holding us back. And that's what we want to extricate ourselves from. And more importantly, Equatorians should recognize that they have power. They have power. That power is latent in organizing themselves. There are many of them in the diaspora. There are many of them back home. They just need to get their act together and break through this fear barrier of Akolkur and Salva Kiir, and because we can organize, secretly if needed. We can organize and extend our networks for the D-Day, right? We can do that. Nobody can stop us. Only us who can stop ourselves from organizing. What we now lack is organizing ourselves more effectively and making sure that we're influencing the youth, the young people who will ultimately carry this burden tomorrow. So that is a brief, note, a remark that I want to stop at this point to allow, room for others to come and chip in, so that I do not dominate the whole of this dialogue this evening. So thank you, James, for the opportunity.
شكرا جزيلا لك الدكتور حكيم داري رئيس تحالف الشعب الإكواتوري. نحيي الحضور مرة ثانية إخوة وأخوات، أقول لكم مرحبا بكم في غرفتكم منتدى تحالف الشعب الإكواتوري. الليلة نحن نحتفل بالعيد الرابع لتأسيس التنظيم، ونقول لكم خلفية الليد مفتوحة، يعني ترفع يدكم وتجي تشاركوا معنا اليوم يوم احتفالي. وبالنسبة للناس القاعدين تحت معنا هنا، المسج بتاع الدكتور حكيم وبتاع الدكتورة آلما والدكتورة ماجريت والأستاذة سلفانة لسه ما تكلمت، أمانة يعني هي العملية تشاركية وتضامنية، شيلوها مش تناقشوها في جروبات، ولو في إضافة برضو جيبوها لنا هنا، نحن ممكن نضيفها، ما في مشكلة مع بعض. الناس اللي بيجي يسمعوا التسجيل في مع بعض برضو نفس الشيء يعني. مشكور دكتور. اتفضل يا أستاذة سلفان. سلفان أنت موجودة معنا؟
أيوة أنا موجودة. صوتي كويس؟
يا واضح، صوتك جميل يا.
السلام عليكم ناس الفوق والناس التحت. نقول مبروك إيبا لأنيفرساري، وأنا بقول إنه long live إيبا. أنا مار حكيم maybe can mute yourself please.
All right.
لا يبدو تخلي
لا نسمع إيكو.
Yes.
اوكي تفضل يا.
نقول long live. هسا 4 سنة ده لو كان في اسكتلند بكون خلاص قد يبدأ مدرسة، يعني خلاص جينا قد يطلع من الكومفورت زون، بقى ماشي يقابل ناس عشان يمشي يعمل يعرف نفسه بالناس تانيين، يعني بقى ده هنا ده ستيج اللي بقى ماشي يقابل ناس برا من ناس البيت. أنا بتمنى إيبا ده زمن الخلاص بكون هسا إيبا بمشي بعمل علاقات برا، لأنه الزمن ده ما لمصلحتنا وبالذات إيكواتوريا. أنا أعرف إيبا ده ولدوا في الزمن الكاب والزمن الصعب، وأنا داير إنه إيبا يكون قوي لأنه مشوار ده ما مشوار بسيط، علينا بكرة هينتهي. ده مشوار طويل، مشوار ده شال زمن طويل عشان إبا يكون في زمن ده، لكن أنا متأكد إبا بيكون يعني زي لإكواتوريا. الناس بيقول إنه يعني at the end of the tunnel Equatoria will see the light. وما سهل، في دقدق شديد، وزي هنا بيقول إنه إكواتوريا يعني إكواتوريا دي ما إكواتوريا الزمان اللي كان نحن بنعرف. زمان كان قاعدين نمشي مدارس، يعني العلاقة دي كان كيف. ناس الحاسة دي يعني الجاه، يعني نقول بالذات لسه كان زمان في قرى، هسه جاء في مدن، دي كم دفع. يعني علاقات الزمان اللي كان مثلا في مدن الكبار ده وما زي علاقات الزمان كان في السبعينات في الثمانينات لحد التسعينات ده، يعني خلاص كان بقى في تغيير شديد. عشان كده أنا بقول إنه إكواتوريا ده ما إكواتوريا الزمان، إكواتوريا الهسه ده دير شغل شديد، دير شغل شديد، لأنه إكواتوريا ده برجلو صح. حتى ذات ما ودي لإكواتوريا نفس عشان إكواتوريا ينفس عشان يعمل الدير يعمل. إكواتوريا أي زول واقف في وش إكواتوريا. أنا ما أعرف، يعني في النهاية ذات أنا بسأل نفسي، كان دي جنوب السودان ولا دي إكواتوريا؟ بالأخص إكواتوريا وصل في النقطة دي كيف؟ في النقطة الحسة دي إكواتوريا فوق وده وصل كيف؟ هل بكون عملنا نجلت، يعني خلينا عن إكواتوريا ده، ولا جنوب السودان ده كان بس خلينا زي بس خلينا ناس تانيين بس يشيل إكواتوريا ده، ولا جنوب السودان ده زي ما هم دايرينه؟ اللي أنا قاعد نقول كلام ده من 2005 من SPLA دخل أي حاجة بقى كله SPLA، أي حاجة كان حكومة SPLA، جيش SPLA، everything. عشان كده بعد مرات الناس بيقول أي والله هنا مكان كلنا SPLA. لا، كلام ده غلط. ناس ما كله SPLA، يعني في النهاية SPLA تالا حزب، في ناس بجد لأحزاب، ما إنه أي زول دير يكونوا SPLA. عشان كده بعد مرات بيشيلوا قال إكواتوريا كله كريجة مولو هنا ده، يعني جا صوت ولا جا عمل هنا ده أسا الفلاج بير رئيس ولا رئيسه تابع لبارتي تا SPLA كده. ناس جا ليه بيقوموا ناس زيادة، ناس وصلوا ليه. أنا بشوف إنه في فجوة في إكواتوريا بالذات من ناحية سياسية. إكواتوريا zero. This is just my personal opinion. من ناحية سياسية يعني personally Equatoria is zero. لأن أنت كان شفت ناس في بحر غزال، ناس في Upper Nile. من ناحية السياسة ده، من ناحية parties، والله خيالي. نفرين 3 نفر عمل بارتي، نفرين 3 نفر عمل بارتي. تما بارده هل بارتي تا قبائل، بارتي تا أصدقاء، بارتي تا شنو بتمعرف. يعني نقال في الدول الخارجية ده في بارتي دي الكبار، يعني نقول إنه زي labor، you call it, you name it، ناس liberal، you name them. وده كله بيشيلوا ناس من كله هنا ده نقول source of life. ما إنه قال ناس تا قبيلة ده ولا ناس تا جهة ده، لا، شنو manifesto, ideology. مش عشان إنه ده أخوي ده من قبيلتي كلامت قبيلة ده بقى خلاص بقى مشكلة والجنوب ده وزي كلامت اللي بيقول إنه divide and rule ده بالذات إيكواتوريا ده قسموا حتة حتة قسموا ناس على قبائل كمان عشان كده أنا قال إنه إيكواتوريا ده ما إيكواتوريا زمان ناس بقى طالع very sensitive أي زول هنا دي قبيلة توزي خلاص كانوا قلبة توقرا قطع أي زول هنا دي قبيلة توزي خلاص يعني أنا بقى ما أقدر طبق نفسه أنا قال يا جماعة أنا ده سرقي فرتكينا كلنا نشيله إنه لأننا دي شكل بعد لقينا عنده هدف كبير هناك ناس اللي تيجا شيلنا على سنة برا من ترابتنا يعني تقاني هذا ما دي ما دي actually ما في أرض توما فجلو ما في أرض توما ناس كاكوا ما في ناس كوكو ما في باريزات أنا باري ما في أرض توما في جوا أجري لزوم كل في جوبا وجوبا ده ساتو كانتا ناس ده تبقول بكون دي مدينة تاني في أبا نايل ولا في برغزال ما جوبا الكانتا باينو قالي جوبا تبقول جوبا ده بالذات أنا ما أعرف باقي محلات تانيين دي كيف ده بس في إيكواتوريا بارو أنا ما أعرفه مثلا كان توريد كيف يامبيو كيف لكن كمان بقينا ليي يعني حدود ده كله شيلو يعني حتى ذاته نفس ذاته كان للشباب لمنو عشان كده حالة الطوارئ ده ليه ما قدرش يشيلوا برا عشان قبضوا ما ناس كل يوم ولا تيكوتوريا جانا تيكوتوريا جيموتو جي وطر يال تيكوتوريا بادو وطر من 200 ما بادو وطر أصلا مين SPLA كتو كرافي جوا تراب تيكوتوريا شباب تيكوتوريا بادو وطر مين صغار كله جي وطر تانينا لندو أهل ناس بقدر ونس كلامتهم الناس كاسم المندو أهل ما سمع كلامتهم يعني فتو ونيا بيجيبوا كبارتاسي جيش لنا واحد وإنا ما قدر ونسو إنا ما قدر يقوي يعني زاسا دي إبا يعني بدالنا بيجاقوي عشان نبكتو نبونس ما كلام واحد إبا بيجا زي الصوت مفروض إنا بيقوي إبا أنا بوقف كان مثلا أدفايس يا بودي ولا شنو يا بودي كرنا وقف عشان إبا كده ونسو ناس تنا بيجا تابانين بالذات أسري جان بيجا يكتو الناس زمان إيكواتوريا دي جان مفهو أسري جان جي كتو الناس لأن حتى التزارة بسيطهم بجوهم بنياكا منتا ناس تنا ذاتو they lost hope completely البيجا جيستنا تاني دي بيجا قال كده أنا بس استنا يوم تاي بيجا 200 أنا بيموتو وإنا يجيني زري أنا كان جي فكرينو بكون كان political إنا قوي بكون political at least بحركوا ناس socially yes we Equatorians were strong لكن كان جا من ناحية political ده أنا ما في منو بقدر يدو 2 3 لكن كده الناس دي مقابل أمون كله في جوا إيكواتوريا يعني أنا خايف إنه الناس دي كان بيجا بعدين بيجا rooted في إيكواتوريا ده بدر شوار عشان كده أمون ما داير اسم الكانتر كثير نادي كده نادي منظمة داك ندافع أمون ما داير كلام ده وناس تنا ده تانين ده بيجا في خوف لأنه ناس بيجا ما داير جوون سلاني تنجيلي 2 3 وعلى في الشكوك ديل كلمة 2 3 ما في شنو من كله في أي محل عشان كده ذات ما بودي فرصة للناس هناك في أرض كرام الحاجة تاني ما بقدر أمر أي حاجة ليه لأنه umon kaman bukun der support min nas inno min nahya siyasiya fi nas al-gonus. Lakin no, nas za sade abiga der wonus aninna. Hal monaru mashakil tenna? Umon ma baru mashakil tenna. Okay, bikingal okay, Equatorians wenu. Zaman gonus kala walai ma fi leaders. Lakin leaders tala anna magi sadu. And still we are complaining. Hal mashakil tenna de bagter hello? Yes, anna biga khalas. في فراغ الثقة زي ما بيقولوا أنا في فراغ الثقة ليه؟ لأنه أنا سيبو أنا يا زمن تاني أنا بكين قال أنا بقدر لوم ناس لكن أكتر لوم لأنه بشيل لنفسك لأنه أنا red flags ده كان في هناك حاجات ده كله كحاصل أنا قاين لكن أنا ما أعرف شنو كان كدور في راس politicians لأن ألومن قاين حاجات ده كله كحاصل ناس جيني قاموا الاجتماعات o wara هناك ورومون أنا ما أعرف كيف أفكر شو بكلا تنقال لا أسكت تكوني كده نعمل independence أول يلا منك النبي جونز بكابسو ناس كمرة مفروض كلام تكوكورا ده كان بتلاو ونسو مرة واحد حتة عشان نبار قال إن بيجينا حبايب أنا ما جيني سوا يعني حتى مشاكل كان جاء إنه كله رابط ترك إنه كله أي region رابط طريقة في خرطوم أنا ما جيني سوا يس بكون ناس كان في السبعينات الثمانينات بكون كان قاعدوا سوا لحد بكون تسعينات بكون من قاعدوا سوا لكن مدارس رجالي مناس في خرطوم وين يعني زي كوتوريا دي ما خلوا من مسكوا أرضهم لكن اسبلي كنت الناس كلام جوا محل تنا ليه؟ لأنه كان في شيلينج شديد حاجات كتير كحصل وفي الزمن ده كله حاجة تاني كمان أنا دير تعرفوه إنه أنا كان ما بكون في النقطة دي كان دي جنوب السودان ولا دي إكواتوريا من ناحية المين باور عالم كله contribute التاني ودي scholarship ترينا راكارا أمولنا training وفي ناس already كان عندي skills في جنوب السودان وين كله وينهم كله راد هي ساكت ناس تانيين كله دخلون كله في نفسيات شنو الموتو والامر شنو تانيين ديال كله كان نصر في ساكر كان ده بوليس سجون جيم كله ملهم redundant ودي ناس كان يعني تربو في نظام العام السودان يعني ناس مدربين صح مش انه ناس تسبيل ساكت بس وديل تسيلا إذا ما دخل في كلية تمام شيء ده ما يعني كلام دي كبار مننا يعني زي أن الكان جا مثلا جا غربار نلقى scholarships نجا يعني تجي فكريني في النهاية ناس دي أمون كان جي يعني أمون كان عنده نية الكويس أمون كان أمون جراسو ليال دي مثلا روا وين بكرة بعد بكرة بريجا لبلد لكن وين أصل الناس كل في الشتات هل في الشتات أن يال كبار أمهات أبوهات هل يال تنا بارو حاجة تاني بكرة بعد بكرة عن جنوب دي ولا إيكواتوريا دي لجين نبيغا جيش في الشتات ومن قاينو محال الغربة دي أبيغا بيتهم لأنه مودي لنا فرصة عشان كرنا رجع في جو بلد دي عشان نرجع مع أسر تنا نرجع مع إيال تنا ورا يس مشاكل كنتو ناس تالا ورا ناس تالا بياتو ظروف ناس دي رجع ورا ما سيبوني ناس عشان كده رجع ورا وده مش إنه قال شنو ده حاجة عملوا بدور حاجة مخططة لأنه ناس كان تالا وصل ما بيسيبونا رجع ما دي أشوالي ده رجع قال ناس دي لما نزلت الجيش بيقول over my dead body كيف ده ترابط ناس دي تبكيلن كلام زي كيف عشان كده bleeding Equatoria is bleeding, Equatoria is burning. Woni Equatorians. Mamungi. Anna be beg nasli. Ita yagi mutu gi katolita. Ita gi kutu kerenas beg Italy. Jaha jimita fi bedaki. Ana abgali no but marargi shitimunas, we are coward, we are coward. We are not cowards. Nazi zata lumon guy lumon galumon ya strong de. Umon kulu jafa Equatoria le. Umon kan nosali strong de. Musuma dendu mahalat umon magdar harid nefsa tumon le. Nas tumon yadi geni fi khiyam fi jo Equatoria na. Kangina shunu POC wala shunu wala gina na mabarbis shunu. Nas guiding fi mukhaymat. Nas kun guiding fi mukhaymat. Ita mi bijaf belet tanas tani fi turab tanas tani ita mder dugutus. Bidun fadia. Ijama kalam fi Equatoria de ge waja. Lakin na shunu. Lano na kansibu zaman tawil. Anna mader tani yani ma mumkin حياة الناس كله ولدوا ناس في زمن حرب ناس رابع في زمن حرب يالتكم كمان في زمن حرب وحياة ماشي. Is it ordinary? It's not normal at all. We have to do something and we have to do it quick. Kerena slimu ida. Kan fi mahalat tanin yani fi munazamat tanin ghair EPA de kire kutu ida sawa ma EPA. Zema guli inu EPA de ma bes munazamat individual shunu kulu. لأن الزمن بقى ما زمن ده ما في لجهتنا يعني لا ما لمصلحتنا زمن ما لمصلحتنا لأننا كان ما قدر كتب بلد ده هسا ده أننا نقالي محل ده كويس which means يالتنا كلاس ودو من بس بيجا حكي ما حكي ولا محل الفلاني فلان ده ولا أمي جا من هناك أبوي جا من هناك بكون قصة لأنه ده حاجات مخطط يعني ما فاجتاني القليل أن ديرونس نديرامش مشاكل دي كل النار وكان في ناس كاتف يا دي ناس كارب بقر ريبورت دي في منو كل مشاكل دي واضح زي الشمس بيغازو أن ندير كده نعمل شنو عشان كده نحرر ناس تنا أنا ما بيجيني نسينغا فوق ناس كل وكي أنا دير كيني مناس ناس ما دير يعني أنا قاينو إيكواتوريانز يا أكتر ناس الفيديو ميديا دي جهاني سفوقو ناس جهاني سفوقو ناس إذا كن ما بهاني سفوقو ناس يا جماعة ناس الجي كاتوليتا كن زي التوغونس كيبل تورين زول أخوك ما بقتلك الزول بقال أنا أخوك ده تقتلني أنا كان أخوك ولا أختك تقتلني إذا تقول لي أنا أخوك وإذا بتقتلني ده ما في حاجة يعني ده بلان مشكلة إنه ناس ما كانوا they are executing their plans or agenda day and night. We are sleeping. بكرة أجتاني بحاسة بس بقومنا بكرة كلام ده باسكت زبادشيل زينا باسكت كمان وحاجات ماشي زمن تاني demographic change displacement لناس تنا ده ما سهل زي بيقولوا freedom is not free. Guys أنا ما بقدرونش كتير يعني أنا بدمرت بودي example أنا زي قايل في مثلا زي UK يعني حتى كانوا عنده كم دول four countries in one United Kingdom أيزول عنده نظامته كان ده تعليم يعني زي تعليم تا اسكتلند برا من انجلاند في بوليس اسكتلند وفي بوليس انجلاند. يعني في حاجات سيرفيس دي اي محل عنده هنايته، بما انه من كل يعني under one prime minister، لكن each country ولا country عنده first minister. بيقولوا first minister دول المسؤولين اللي عنده هنايده، يعني عنده برلمان. كل محلات دي عنده برلمانتهم. يعني زي مثلا أنا كان في اسكتلند كانسل تاكس تاي إيدي قاكرين في اسكتلند ما بيروح هناك، لأنه دي كده فين مثلا للناس ناسيس تنين ناسيس في اسكتلند برضو براو. مدرسين براو، بوليس براو، يعني حاجة كده فوق النظام، ألقاب فوق الشنو. يعني أنا ذات دي راينو يوم تاني بكرة بعد بكرة أنا دي راينو Equatoria National Party عشان يدير. حتى كان في بارتيز تانيين لكن Equatoria National Party عشان ينظموا دوائر تا إيكواتوريا. إنت ممكن ديرون وسجد أي حاجة اللي حاصل دي حاجة دي كمان ما حاصل في محلات تانيين. ناس تكيرك يموتوا بليل نهار، ناس تكيرك ما معروف كان شنو كحاصلنا. إنت كنت ديرون مشاكل ناس تانيين. Put your house in order first. المهم حاجة اللي أنا تقول مسلسل أنا بقول زي كلام تا اسمه منو فاكش اسمه منو اللي بقول إنه keep the hope of Africa alive. This time I will say keep the hope of Equatoria alive. And thank you. Happy anniversary, EPA. Long live EPA, long live Equatoria. Thank you guys.
شكرا كثير أستاذة سرفانة للكلمات الطيبات وللقضايا انت اللي أثرتيها. مهم جدا أنه الإخوة الإيكواتوريين يسمعوا الكلام ده ويحطوه في ضمنهم، بالذات القيادات السياسية والنخبة والمثقفاتية كمان. ده نزيد عليهم لأنه دي مسؤولية تاريخية اللي هي سياسة فرق تسد divide and rule، وده شيء واضح ما بيحتاج لزول يوريه يقول له في divide and rule قاموا له في حتة فلانية وداك أين تكون. لا، الشيء ده بقى واضح. والاستوائية بتنزل في كاتوريز بليدين حقيقة واحدة من يعني أشكال النزيف اللي هو الديموغرافيك تشينج. بالمناسبة ده هو أخطر واحد فيهم، بالذات لو بقى فيه الحتة بتاعت الريموفال اند ريبليسمنت، ده الإحلال والإبدال. ده بعد 50 سنة أنت بتلقى نفسك out of the game إذا ما عملت حسابك، حيكون غصبا عنك كده. يلا هنا ده ما عنده علاقة بالعمل السياسي عشان مثلا انت تقول يا اخي المشكلة اكس قاعد يحصل في محل تاني. اوكي، اذا بيحصل في محل تاني ما خلاص نحل حق المحل التاني ده ونحل اللي قاعد يحصل هنا في إيكواتوريا كمان على حسب الخصائص السياسية او المجتمعية، سميها you can name it. لكن عشان نعمل كومبير وما نقدم حلول أو عشان الناس تسكت تقول مثلا الحاجات دي قاعد تحصل في أي محل تاني، أنا بشوفه ده ذاته نوع من التكتيك بتاع جين كانسل أوف إلدرز، أن إحنا ما ننجرح وراه. والشغل ده أمشي أقرأ فيه المسودة بتاعت كارل باجر، وأمشي أقرأ الكتاب بتاع War and Genocide in South Sudan الكاتبة الأمريكية اللي اسمها تقريبا كلامنت كوينز. ذكرت حتى البروسيس الاستراتيجيات اللي بيتم به الديموغرافيك تشينج أو حتى الغمع السياسي الحاصل الأيامات ديل وله زي 3 شهور حاصل. ده برضه مكتوب في الكتاب ده. Yes I know الناس اللي في الجراوند ممكن يكون في يدهم ما في حيلة، ما عندهم حيلة في يدهم، لأنه النظام هناك security is very tough، نظام قابض. لكن ده ما معناته أنت تسكت، في ways يعني you have to figure out أنت حتعمل شنو. بدون الإرادة السياسية الحاجة دي ما حتتم. والإرادة السياسية نحن بنسمع عن ذاته زي أي زول. أنا قاسم أسمع تحت قاعد يقول يا أخي ما في قيادات سياسية. كيف ما في قيادات سياسية؟ لو في 2 3 4 أنت كشارع عام أنت شجع وأصير في حاجاتك. وعشان كده نحن حاسس الاحتفال باليوم ده العام الرابع لتأسيس تنظيم إيبا Equatoria People Alliance. في أيام زي دي نحن نذكر بعض. يا أخوتنا سلفانة كويس أنت قدمت مرافعة جميلة جدا جدا، ونتمنى أنه الشرائح ال3 دي اللي هو القيادات السياسية والنخبة والكلودين المثقفاتية يخطوا الكلام ده under consideration، لأنه الشغلة دي بتتطور حتبقى حاجات تانية في المستقبل، وانت لازم تكون شنو جاهز عشان ما تجي تتباكى. كويس برضو انت قلت تاريخ كتير أنا ما حمشي فيه، لكن بعدين في الخاتمة بنمر للحاجات دي كلها إن شاء الله. مشكورة كتير أختي الراقصة سلفانة. نرجع فوق تاني نمشي ونرحب بالناس كلها متحد هنا. يا جماعة أي زول عنده كلام دار يقوله وممكن يرفع يده، يعني خاصية بتحت اليد مفتوحة. دكتورة ألما تفضلي، وبعد ذاك حنرجع تاني للدكتورة ماجرت أكوليا، وبعد ذاك تاني نرجع للدكتور حكيم داري. تفضلي دكتورة ألما زنداوي.
شكرا الأخ جيمس، وأنا برحب برضو بالناس اللي دخلوا هنا في المنصة، الأخت سيلفانا والناس اللي معانا دكتور حكيم ودكتور مارغريت، وبرضو الناس اللي قاعدين يستمعوا. مرحب بكم شديد، ونحن الليلة مبسوطين لأنه وصلنا العام الرابع من أحد بتاعت إيبا اللي هو التحالف الاستوائي. يعني أنا بالذات كون إنه في كلمة استوائية في المنظمة بتاعتي، أنا فخورة جدا، أنا فخورة جدا جدا جدا. ليه؟ لأنه الاسم ده بالنسبة للجين كونسل اوف إلدرز ده شوك في أنا ما أعرف في قلبهم ولا وين، ما دايرين يسمعوا الاسم ده خالص. ليه؟ لأنه ده خطتهم إنه يستولوا على استوائية، يغيروا اسمه ويغيروا ناسه. وده كده بوريهم إنه نحن قاعدين وحيين ومفرفشين. إيه رأيكم؟ فعلا في يعني الناس دول هم لما جو طوالي كده بمشاكل. ليه؟ لأنه هم الاستوائيين. ليه؟ لأنه هم عارفين الاستوائيين هم أقوى ناس في جنوب السودان. يا جماعة صوتي واضح؟
جميل جدا دكتورة، يا واضح.
Thank you. These people, they know that the Equatorians are the most organized people. They are the best educated people. They are the smartest people in South Sudan. Nobody can deny that. No one can deny that. Up till today, with everything they are doing, they haven't changed anything. What they have changed, thanks to my sister Silvana, she has talked about so many things in a very simple way, you know, just to jog our memory, how these people have entered Equatoria and they started destroying destroying its fabric, destroying its people. يا جماعة ما ممكن أنت تكون في سلطة وتبدأ تقتل في المواطنين، تبدأ تسرق حاجات بتاع المواطنين، حتى أراضيهم، تسرق حتى الايدنتيتي بتاعهم by changing it. You cannot do that. You these are the Nazis. This is what the Nazis did. But you know, look at the Nazis. They were very organized. They did this systematically. They used the best trained people in order away with the identity of the Jews, not only the Jews, other people as well. And they wanted to change things. But in the end, are they? في مزبلة التاريخ زي ما بقولوا. في مزبلة التاريخ they are in the darkest danger of history. فالناس ديل لأنه ما متعلمين ما بيعرفوا. You cannot use strategy of destruction in a country and think that one day you are going to be on top, rule the country. Look at the status now. يا جماعة نحن مفروض برضو كده نفرمل شوية يعني نفكر. فعلا في ناس الناس اللي عملوا الخسائر دي والحسة هم يعني قابضين الدولة، هم ناس يعني ممكن تعدهم كده في أصابعينك. الناس ديل فعلا يهول قايمين وقاعدين وماسكين وسارقين وماكلين وقتلوا أي زول ويسكتوا في أي زول. حسا زي كاليستو ده حسا ما معروف محله وين. For months now he is gone. He's gone. ما سمعنا منه، ما شفناه خالص، ما في زول شافه في جوا جوبا. ده معناته شنو؟ انتوا كده فكروا. ده ما ده it's not rocket science يا جماعة. Why? Because he's outspoken. He's outspoken. And this shows that these people are panicking and they are a people that only know violence. الناس دي بتعرف إلا شنو؟ الهمجية. ناس همج زي ده they are going to they might survive for some few years but they are going to go. This is the good news, believe me. And if you bring جبلي الإنجيل أنا بخد يدي فيه كلمة ربنا ما بقى في الواطة. أي إنسان destructive is going to be destroyed. لأنه شنو الواطة ده الأرض ده ما حقت، ده حقت ربنا. ممكن زول الليلة لما يسمع كلامي كده يقول ده خرف. ما خرف. ليه؟ لأنه أنت أسأل نفسك عندك كم هنا ده أنت بتعيش في الدنيا ده قدر كم؟ في البايبل بقول لك 3 scores and 10 يعني رفلي 70 سنة give and take. ممكن تخش كده تدقش 80 سنة لو أنت محظوظ. This is all what it is. في الدنيا ده ربنا وقفك بالموت، والموت أحق من الحياة. نفس الشيء في أي سيستم في الدنيا. ما في سيستم بيقعد forever. لو أنا كلامي ده كده شوفوا التاريخ. عندكم زمن بتاع Egyptians, ancient Egyptians, the mighty great Egyptians. Did they last? No. Look at the ancient Greeks. هم اليهود الفلاسفة والمتعلمين والدكاترة. The first hospital ever in the whole world was actually built there in Greece. And I went one day, I was so lucky, I went there and I saw it in an island. يعني الأقارب كانوا أحسن الناس في التعليم وأي شيء. لغاية حسا الفلسفة بتاعته مستمر، الناس بتمشي بيه. لكن look at them now. Look at them, they are struggling. Look at everybody. Look at Great Britain. It was great in the past. They used to go around and they used to bully everybody. They used to take everybody's resources. They used to do this and that. Now they have retreated only to Britain. It's not great anymore. And I live here and I can tell you it's not great. Look at America. It's now deteriorating as well. America now, the United States, with all its might, its resources, you cannot see the beginning or the end. But look at it now. Since 2008, with the credit crunch, الحاجات بقت تنزل لتحت. عشان كده الناس بيقول لهم شنو؟ These are little people. I call them little people because they are not ما عندهم مخ، ما عندهم wisdom، ما عندهم intelligence، ما عندهم أي شيء، ما عندهم حتى تعليم. They manage just to put their hands on the resources and steal it. And they manage to go around and kill people. This is all what they can manage. But not everybody die at the same time, or not all people die and get finished. الناس كلها ما بتموت في يوم. Let us also be encouraged today. We are celebrating the 4th anniversary. The fact that we survived is another thing. And it shows the spirit of Equatoria. EPA has survived and it's going to continue because it represents Equatoria. And we in EPA, we are going to keep the candle burning. This candle is going to stay burning. I promise you. في فترة في أي حرب خاصة لما يمشي طويل كده، ده حرب أنا ما أعرف النوع الحرب ده حرب بارد. It's a cold war, which is unfortunately a civil war because they are fighting against, their own people. النظام الموجود ده نظام هو أصله ما نظام ذاته لأنه ما منظم، ناس مبرجلين. الناس دي الآن ربنا قاعد يشاكل معهم. Look at the economy. The pound, the $100, which is equivalent to 500 over 500,000 South Sudanese pounds. يا جماعة, this is even worse than anything else. And it's a nightmare for them. God is fighting them. Believe me, economic war is the worst one. I know our people are dying. They are not better than before. What is impacting more is on them, the rich people. And it will be more. It will be more. And then one day, people are something is going to give in. But the main thing is that we have got to keep the name Equatoria alive. لازم أن أنا مشيت في بلاد كتير، يعني في بلاد زي the old Yugoslavia, in those sort of countries. They told us about their history. It's even worse than South Sudan. It's worse than South Sudan. I went all the way up to Bosnia-Herzegovina. This is exactly, if you don't know anything about this country, this is exactly what South Sudan is. But now they have got peace. They managed to keep, first of all, their religion. There are different religions there. في Islam فوقو أنا ما أعرفه فوقو Orthodox and فوقو Catholics. The Catholics are the most organized and they are the ones who got the worst hit because the communism was thinking that the communists were thinking that if you finish these Catholics because they are so organized, and they're so tight, and they are the people. Actually, it's the people. It's an ideology. So if you break that ideology, you will break the people. But they didn't manage to do that. And now Catholicism is one of the strongest. Can you believe that? Killing everybody, murdering, raping women, doing everything which is really bad, but they have never won. And this gives me the courage and gives me a concern that really God is there, and that one day, everything will be history. This Gen Council of Elders will be history. Believe me, most of them have reached the age of 80. I know they're recruiting younger people. I know that. But still, that organization is going to finish because it's based on hatred, based on destruction. And whenever any house, look at any house that is full of hatred, full of destruction, will never stand. So this is what I want to say. And I want to say congratulations to all. I know that many of our people are EPA. I know that many of our people there in the small villages, small towns that have not even heard of EPA because they don't have the devices. In their heart, they have got the same goals like EPA. And that's that Equatoria should always be free of hatred, free of people who are coming to occupy it. Let them come. Let them do their, engineering, population engineering and everything. They will not win. They will not win because Equatoria was created by God. If they want to fight God, let them go ahead. But for me, I know in my heart that Equatoria is a winner. Full stop. Even if those of Bahr al-Ghazal and Upper Nile, they want to come, eventually they will call themselves Equatorians. And you take courage with that. The houses which they are building there in Equatoria, in the land which they have grabbed, one day they will wish they have built it in their own place, because they will not be able to carry it with them when they are going across to their own land. Thank you very much. I will stop here.
Wow.
شكرا جزيلا دكتورة ألما دنداوية. مؤكد يسحب مال الحرام من حيث أتى. أي حاجة ما حقتك أنت شلتها بقوة السلاح أو بالغطاء السياسي والدولة في يدك، أكيد يوم من الأيام الحاجات دي بترجع لأصحاب الأساسيين. شكرا جزيلا لك كثير دكتورة ألما. دكتورة كوليا، the floor is yours. تفضلي.
Thank you, Shukran James. Thank you, everybody, again. My fellow panelists, Silvana, thank you so much for your interjection and for coming up here. And the audience for sticking around. I know that it's really late in some parts of the world, so we appreciate that you are attentive to our celebratory message, celebrating the 4th anniversary of EPA, and still going strong. I think the primary predominant message is that something is wrong in that land called South Sudan, and it's whatever is happening there is simply untenable, and it needs to be interrupted, and it's really a security threat. It's now about security of the person. Many of us enjoy security in the diaspora, so we know the importance of security. which is missing in that land called South Sudan at the moment. And people voted. They voted. They voted for security. They voted for prosperity. They really put their hearts to it. But what they got back was just impunity, insecurity, and really, like, they were deceived. They were duped. And it's what it is right now. And we have to deal with it. Standing, on the fence is not an option. And we've said this over and over at EPA. You cannot be standing, on the fence, especially Equatorians, where the theater of destruction is happening right now, because for some fluke, and I'm pretty sure, some of the people that invited the SPLA to have the capital in Juba must be regretting now, why they did that. Because Juba didn't need to be the capital, but it is what it is right now. And the people voted for security and for prosperity, but they're getting absolutely nothing. They're getting fear, and hunger and lawlessness, but that doesn't have to continue. That's not going to continue forever. There's an end to everything. So basically, what we're saying here is that, I'm just going to reiterate a few things. I wanted to thank Dr. Hakim for giving the history, of the struggle. This was really important, and I think people need to know what actually happened, so that no one misappropriates the history and tells things that didn't really happen. So I appreciate the history that you provided, and I think our youngsters really need to know the exact things that happened, and they're hungry for knowledge, so that when we exit the stage, they have the correct information and they can trace, a way forward that will not repeat the savagery that has now monopolized South Sudan. So thank you for that. There's a lot of atrocities now. And the SPLM is actually mimicking the Arabs, the ones that caused 2 wars in Sudan. So people voted, they supported. Initially, they were very apprehensive about the SPLA, but eventually they just decided, okay, in good faith, we're going to try and trust these people. We'll trust them, so they supported them completely, only to be betrayed. So at EPA, what we do here, what we're trying to do, our focus on Equatoria is really, it's just natural. It's natural laws, where you have to look after yourself. And it happens, for all of you who've taken a flight, they always, caution you. They encourage you to put on your mask. If in a case of an emergency, put on your mask first. Because then if you have your mask on, then you have the ability to help other people. So that's what EPA is doing, and that's what EPA has tried to do for the last 4 years, because there's a mess. There's a mess in a land called South Sudan, and it's so messed up that it's just taking EPA longer to get to where we really want to go and where we're going to get. So that's what we're doing here at EPA, and like I said, the EPA model is available to anyone who wants to emulate it in the other regions of that landmass currently called South Sudan are free to mimic, emulate the EPA model. All you have to do is to talk to us, approach any of us, and we can discuss, we can share this model, but right now what we're doing, because this is a focus on Equatoria, we are focusing on freeing people and making sure that people are secure. It just doesn't look like we're doing anything, but we are. 4 years and going, we are doing something, and we're not going anywhere. You know, so we need people to be free, to have free choice, to exercise free choice, enjoy association, you know, and thought, expression, opinions, you know, security of the person. That's really, really, really non-negotiable, but it's missing. It's a big, big, big miss in that land called South Sudan right now. You know, so people are being held hostage, and then that needs to be interrupted. Like I said before, you can't sit on the fence anymore regarding rights. You see, when someone's human rights are being violated, you cannot watch from a distance. You have to interrupt, because the problem is that if you don't, you know, when it comes to your turn to be saved, nobody's going to be there for you. Okay, so there needs to be no excuses, none at all, about what you should do now. You know, I mean, you know, there are still people that are pushing, you know, a transcript, you know, that says, you know, we liberated you, you know, like a narrative. You know, but no one liberated anyone. The people did. They liberated themselves. It was a collaborative effort. It was a communal effort. But the only problem is that even if you so-called liberated someone, it does not give you the right to steal, to be a criminal. It doesn't give you that right. It doesn't give you the right to rape people, to murder, to steal from them with impunity, and to grab their land. It doesn't give you that right. Then you become a criminal that needs to be dealt with, like a criminal, you know, and that will happen. Although it doesn't look like it's going to happen, but it will happen. It will happen. People are going to be dealt with. And you have pushed Equatoria to a point where they must now defend themselves. And do not, the people that are continuing to brutalize Equatoria should never look at, you know, think that the silence means defeat. No, it does not. You know, so it's going to be dealt with, and it will come unexpectedly. You know, so I mean, there's an option, you know, for dialogue, which is better. But if nobody wants that option, it leaves people with no other choice but to defend themselves. Okay, and that is coming, because there's only two options: either dialogue or defend yourself with arms. And then there's also another option. You know, the country will disintegrate, because whatever's happening there right now is just not tenable, and it will not last. It will only lead to disintegration. I want to thank Sylvia again for the long intervention. Sylvia, you spoke very, very well, and we listened to your message. And you know, I really just want to give Equatorians hope. Do not lose hope yet. You know, and I've said over and over again, it's not over until it's over. Don't give up. Just focus on being safe. Do whatever you need to do to be safe. Don't jump into things anyhow, you know, and get caught, you know, in a crocodile-infested waters. Be careful. Just focus on being safe. You don't even have to be political. You don't even have to speak up, but look after yourself. Because right now what is happening is everyone is flocking to Equatoria, and that is not tenable. That is not, you know, it's not tenable anywhere. You just can't be converging into a very small area and leaving out other, you know, expansive areas that need to be developed, that you can develop too, and just converge in Equatoria. The only caution, you know, I'm just going to issue a notice, because things like that are not tenable, and they will explode. So you really have to just take into account that whatever is being done in Equatoria is not going to last, and it's going to explode. And if you don't believe me, you just have to look at what has happened in Sudan, you know, where people have just really, they didn't know, they did not see it coming, and it exploded so badly, and it's going to be worse in Equatoria. So that's why I'm saying, be careful, just be safe, everybody, be safe, because the thing that has happened in Sudan, it might actually high likely that will happen in the so-called South Sudan. You know, so you really have to start planning for an exit. Okay, and I have warned people, I've said, look, do not mistreat Equatorians, don't. Because when the explosion occurs, you're going to be crisscrossing Equatorial land, and the same people that mistreated you are the ones that are going to be in that land. So be careful. Do not mistreat Equatorians. You need to stop right now. You know, so we just have to keep going. And Alma, thank you for the long interjection as well. And you know, destruction of identities caught my attention. You are absolutely right. You simply, like, no one can destroy identities. You cannot, you know, because God gives identities for a reason, and it has been tried in history. It has not worked. You know, what ends up happening is basically it backfires. You know, and one example that I can share here is where I am in Canada. You see, they came here and it destroyed Aboriginal people. But hundreds of years later, it has come back to bite them. Because now they need people. They are so desperate, and they're opening their doors to everyone, every Tom, Dick, Harry. And I just look at them and I'm like, you know, the things that you did hundreds of years ago have come back to bite you in the behind. And this is what's going to happen. So you cannot destroy identities. You can't destroy people that were created by God without consequences. There will be consequences of this destruction. That's why you need to stop. You know, so what we really now Equatorial has to do is that this is a dark history, but you will survive. You will survive as other people have. The only people that will go into the annals of history as savages and perverts are the ones who are trying to destroy you. And there's examples everywhere of people that became perverts. And the example that Alma gave about Nazis is one of them. Okay, hundreds of years later, they are still considered as perverts because they tried to destroy a race that actually has survived and risen to become one of the most powerful race in the world. Okay, so you can't, you know, you can try to destroy Equatoria, you know, and think you will just come in here and take over the land, but it's not going to happen. It will not happen. We are going to interrupt it. It doesn't look like we are succeeding, but, you know, just wait and see what will happen. This will be interrupted. Equatoria will never be destroyed. And this is a notice to the people that are trying to destroy Equatoria. The people will survive, and they just have to keep safe. That's all. You know, this evil, this violence is untenable, and it always comes to an end. This status quo will come to an end. But like I said, you cannot sit at the fence anymore. You have to participate in some other way. You can do so directly or indirectly. There's a lot of ways you can contribute to disrupting the status quo because it's untenable. You can reach out to EPA, any one of us, with your ideas. And you don't even have to do it publicly because we know how unsafe it is in that lawless so-called South Sudan. You are not even allowed to have a voice. And it's supposed to be a democratic country, so-called, but it's not. You know, so we have to disrupt it. And we will. EPA will go on with its agenda, and we will walk. We are 4 years old now and going. EPA is a very well taken care of baby, and we will make sure that it grows into an adult that will be a big contributor of safety for Equatoria, and that will fight for Equatoria and bring back what we have all missed because of a lawless land called South Sudan and a deception. The deception, by the SPLM, SPLA, and everybody now knows about that deception because they don't even try to hide it anymore. They just take everybody for granted. And you see, as soon as you start taking people for granted, that's when you're going to fall. And it's coming. So I will end here for now, and because I think it's getting late. But yeah, so I want to thank everybody again. Thank you.
Thank you very much دكتورة ماجريت للكلمات الطيبات. مؤكد انه ما ممكن الناس تكون قاعدة على الأسوار، تكون متكئة على الأرائك كده والحلول يجيك. انت لازم تشتغل. ده نداء مهم جدا في اليوم العظيم، الليلة العيد الرابع لتأسيس إيكاتوري بيبر ألاينس، تحالف الشعب الإيكاتوري. النداءات زي دي مهمة. مؤكد تاني كمان برضو أي زول عنده مثلا رأي أو عنده أي فكرة لازم يشاركها معانا. ما في مشكلة، ما في حج للرأي. حتى الأسئلة ذاته لو ما لقينا إجابة أنت ذاتك حتشاركنا في الإجابة، لأنه نحن كمثل بنشد التغيير وبنشد الحقوق بتاع أهلنا. مؤكد أنه الشيء اللي أنت ما حتشيله براك. المسؤولية مسؤولية تضامنية. مشكورة كثير دكتورة ماجريت كوليا. ونشكر برضو الحضور، الناس اللي قاعدين هنا تحت، والإخوة وأخوات واللي كانوا قاعدين ومرقوا برضو نشكرهم. دكتور حكيم داريو تاني الدائرة جات لك. تفضل دكتور.
شايف الأخ بشير كانوا رفع يده وأنا عملت له invite. I'm not sure whether he's able to join, maybe to give some remarks. So I think we want to, as we said earlier, we want to have a dialogue. إذا كان في فرصة أي واحد مثلا عاوز برضه يلقى يدو فرصة عشان يقدر يقدم remarks, they will be welcome. So Bashir, feel free to come up here. If you, James, you want to extend invitation to him for a second time, just because I just did that for now, but it doesn't seem like he's able to come up. But anyway, while he prepares to come up, أنا بشكركم برضو لكلماتكم الطيبات. I think the theme coming from Silvana, especially for our general public in Equatoria, is really relevant. هي بتتساءل وبتطرح أسئلة مهمة جدا جدا يعني، وبالبساطة بكل البساطة يعني. And that is really the relevance of this conversation. لأنه في النهاية عايزين نوصل رسالة لأهلنا على الأرض يعني. وكلمة بتاعتها كلمة بتاعت سيلفانا is very simple, very clear, asking very questions that everybody can understand, and raising these questions are also very part of the dialogue that we want to have. So thank you very much, Silvana, for your words of wisdom and also truth. بتتكلم من منطلق بتاع stressing the important issues that are facing us in Equatoria. وقلتها بكل البساطة يعني. فبشكرك. And this is what we wanted. We wanted people to come up here to share their thoughts at ease ويقولوها بكل صراحة. والرسالة دي هتصل يعني هتصل تجمعات بتاعت الشعب الاستوائي أينما كانوا، كان في الغربة ولا كان في البلد، إن شاء الله الرسالة دي هتصل. and actually in our YouTube channel يعني إحنا بنعمل publishing للهناية دي للفيديو ده ولا الكلام ده كله اللي هسه إحنا قاعدين نتكلم عنه ده، بنحطها في اليوتيوب. وفي ناس كتار يعني at their own time, at their own pace, they can listen, they can go back, revisit. أصله حيكون هناك دائما يعني، وبيرجعوا له من يوم لآخر. So and these powerful messages that we are sharing here is going to reach a wider audience. Just bear that in mind. And so be clear of what you want to communicate to our people, and your message will get there. فبشكركم بالذات الأخت سيلفانا and Alma also really stressed the key issues اللي هي كلها تخص القضية بتاعت الhope that this what we have started, what we're focusing on, has got relevance, has got legitimacy, has got all it takes, because في قضايا مهمة جدا جدا وما في أي جسم سياسي أو حتى مؤسسة بيتطرق للقضايا دي. فإحنا we are blessed to be in the position that we are in to carry a noble message to our people, and that's the role that we can play. بس احنا عاوزين الرسالة دي برضو تصل لكل الأركان بتاعت العالم يعني wherever Equatorians are. Like we said, we believe in the power of combined power of unity. لأنه من الأهداف الأساسية بتاعتنا ك EPA وحدة بتاعت الشعب الاستوائي، ووحدة ده بتاعت الشعب الاستوائي ده بيقدر يضمن ويصون وجود بتاعت الاستوائية وتطور بتاعتها، وحتى بعدين في النهاية هي تقول كلمتها كجسم واحد في قضايا بتهمنا. وإحنا we're doing this in our own self-preservation. في حق الناس برضو تدي اعتبار للكلام ده، مش منطلق بتاعت انه احنا ضد اي مجموعة تانية، لكن احنا بنحاول برضو يعني نكون عندنا الكلمة بتاعتنا كشعب، لانه التعامل هسي بقى التعامل على المستوى الفردي او على المستوى الفردي اللي بين الافراد وكده ما بيحل القضية، وبرضه بيشيل وقت طويل. ما بيعني انه احنا قاعدين نقول انه this is going to get us where we want to go at a very at a very short period of time, or rather in a short period of time. لا، لكن we believe in the combined force of unity. The combined force of unity بيقدر يلعب دور. يعني أجيب أديكم example بتاعت أنه الشباب يلعبوا دور very critical، لكن إذا كان ما عندهم وعي وما عندهم ارتباط واقعي بالقضايا اللي إحنا قاعدين نسيره ده، برضو تعامل بتاعتهم وعناية يعني دور بتاعتهم بيكون قليل يعني of little impact unless the youth are also informed and engaged in this process and they link it to their own future. ممكن تقدر تقول انه the miracles العجائب ممكن تقدر تحصل. يعني ما في عجائب بتحصل براها، لكن بالإرادة بتاعتك وبمشاركة بتاعتك ممكن تقدر تنجز العجائب. يعني ممكن يعني you can actually do miracles just by engagement, by involvement, because if you don't involve yourself then miracles will not just happen on their own. So We hope that some of you here will also take a chance to say a few words because we want this to be a two-way process. So I think just for now, maybe I'll give way to anybody. ممكن تسأل الأخ جيمس. كان في أي واحد عاوز يطلع فوق ويجي يقول كلمة بتاعته برضه ما بطل. كان كمان بقى الناس تعبت أو كده. إحنا لسه عندنا برامج جارية الأسبوع ده. بكرة برضه ممكن نكون عندنا حجرة. يعني if you are not able to participate today, you can also join us tomorrow, and your message will still be important, وبيقدر يصل لقواعد بتاعتنا في الاستوائية وفي رجابة العالم يعني. So شكرا. Thank you, James. Yeah, I'm ready. Once you want me to give any final remarks also, if it's getting late, then we still have energy to reserve for tomorrow يعني. شكرا.
صراحة أخواني الكرام قاعدين تحت هنا أخوات سعيدين بوجودكم في منتدى الشعب الإيكواتوري للاحتفال بالعيد الرابع لتأسيس التحالف. تعرفين تحالف الشعب الاستوائي يعني بيهتم بهموم الشعب ويضعها في قمة الأولويات، لأنه في الدنيا دي ما حتكون في مشاكل أصلا. ما في الدنيا ما بدون مشاكل، لكن المشاكل دي بتتحل كيف؟ بتتحل بالآليات، والآليات دي بتتلاقي وين؟ بتتلاقي في التنظيمات والهياكل التنظيمية، ما بتتلاقي في الحلة. الحلة مهمة. لولا الحلة، لولا الشارع العام، انت ذاتك ما بتقدر تمارس السياسة بالشكل الطبيعي الغربي المتعارف عليه. عشان كده الدائرة دي كلها بتكتمل بكل أطياف التفكير السياسي أيا كان أنت شنو. كويس. شوف أخذنا هنا سلفانة بالمناسبة نحن نشكرها، قال الزول بيشكروه قدامه شتموه، يعني زول متصالحة. أنا لاحظت لها في كل المداخلات لما تمشي بتقول كلام تصالحي يعني، وده شيء كويس. يعني احنا دايرين الشارع العام كله يكون شنو؟ متصالح. انت لما تكون متصالح معناته الحل حيجيك سريع. كل ما تكون انت زول متشنج، التشنج بيصنع تشنج برضه شنو؟ مضاد. فانا سعيد صراحه بوجودكم اخواني تحت هنا. الخاصيه مرفوعه يعني، انتوا لو دارين تيجي تشاركوا، والدكتور حكيم رئيس تحالف الشعب الاستوائي موجود. ولو كمان ما قدرتوا لنا تشاركوا معنا، ان شاء الله بكره برضه حتكون في فعاليه. الاسبوع الجاي ده كله يعني حيكون في يوم يومين حتكون برضه في بعض الفعاليات، ما في مشكله. اتني تايم مرحب بكم يعني، الباب مفتوح. EPA Equatorial People Alliance ما عندنا حجر في الراي. اي راي حقك انت تقوله تشوفه انه ممكن يخدم، حتى لو ما بيخدم ذاته جيبه، الناس تجي تتناقشوا، لانه ما في فكره بنو ادم واحد نفعت. حتى الرسل يعني نحن ناخذهم از ان اكزامبل. جيسس مرسل من ربنا، صح؟ الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم من ربنا، والانبياء كلهم من ربنا. لا شوف جيسس كان عنده ابوستل جيسس. انا ما اعرف ديفيد وينه، لو قاعد معانا هنا رجل دين ديفيد وسم. يعني جيسس كان عنده ابوستل جيسس. محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم كان عنده الخلفاء الراشدين الصحابه معاه قاعدين يساعدوا. ما بالك النشاط البشري العادي ده، ما نحن كلنا نواقص وبنكمل لبعض. فالناس اللي بتجي تسمع التسجيل ده فيما بعد، كل اي زول داخل هنا الليله يتكلم معانا رايه محترم، وانت شيل الراي ده عندك كامل حق التصرف والنقد. ما هو الانسان بدون نقد ما بيمشي لقدام. شفت اي حاجه ناقصه انت عندك اضافه، خدتها جيبها في اي محل، تلقى اي واحد من الناس EPA، او امشي في الويب سايت هناك انت حتمشي تلقى الاجابه. مش الاجابه تلقاها في الويب سايت، بيوروك انه نحن 200 ياتي يوم مثلا عندنا روم، ياتي يوم عندنا فعاليه. ولو لقيت الدكتور حكيم داري في اي محل ازال، ما انت الليله الغاية بيزالوا في اي محل. لو لقيت دكتور علمة، لو لقيت دكتور ما تلقى يزول بس تقول له تعالي انت وناس تاي بيدي، اوكي ها مشروعكم ده شنو؟ عندي 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 دي الاجابه حقته كده. لو ما في نفس الوقت في وقت ثاني ما في مشكله. في النهايه نشاط بشري والناس بتكمل لبعض. الشيء فيه ان احنا هسه ماشيين في الخاتمه، لانه الوقت بقى متاخر. في محلات تانية الدنيا نصاص الليالي، فنقوم نبدا بأخذنا الراكزة الإنسانة الطيبة سلفانة، كلمة أخيرة للجمهور. بعد ذاك نمشي للدكتورة دكتورة ماجرت أكوليو، وبعد ذاك دكتورة علمة زنداوية، وبعد ذاك الدكتور حكيم داري يختم لنا الاحتفال بتاع اليوم ده إن شاء الله. تفضلي سلفانة، يا ويلكم. تفضلي يا أختي.
شكرا يا جيمس في الكلام الكويس ده. أنا ما عندي كلام، لكن أنا بقدر نقول كلام واحد وده لإيكواتوريا، إنه إيبا ده مسؤوليتكم. زي في عبارة بيقولوا، أنا ما عرفت ممكن تقولوا لي، إنه قال الجنة المولود في القرية إنه ده مسؤولية الناس القرى، حاجة زي ده. أنا ما أعرف بكون يعني إيبا ده ولدوا ما بس إنه في ناس معينين يفوقوا، لكن ده مسؤوليتنا وده مسؤولية إيكواتوريا بخاص. يعني
بيقول شنو؟ بيقول a child is raised by the whole village.
Yes.
Yeah.
دي حاجة أنا بقدر نقوله. وشكرا لكم.
شكرا كثير جدا جدا اختي سلفانه، ربنا يطول في عمرك، مشكوره شديد والله. الدكتوره ماجرت، the floor to you.
Thank you James. Thank you everybody. Thank you for coming. Thank you for celebrating EPA's 4th anniversary with us. So this is the second day. Yesterday, we had a State of the Union address by Hakim Dario. Today, we have this conversation, and tomorrow to continue. So really, what I just want to say again is that we at EPA, we wish everybody well. We just realized that South Sudan has failed as a state, and it doesn't provide any security for anybody. And the theater of destruction is now in Equatoria, and it affects our people personally. So we have to try and focus, to try and rescue, the people, the destruction, to interrupt it. And we have a model at EPA. There's a model that anybody can borrow and use, to successfully navigate the dysfunction that is ongoing right now in that failed state. It's a failed state, and I know some people might argue that it's not, but you're welcome to your opinion, and we can have a debate about that. We're not afraid of debates. We are open to everybody's opinions. You just have to agree to disagree. So thank you again for coming, and we'll continue tomorrow. And EPA is going strong. It's been in existence for 4 years. Although people, think we're not serious, we are actually. So I encourage people to listen to this recording. Actually, there's a lot that has been said before now, which you'll find very useful. And so if you have any questions, come tomorrow or any other day to our forums. So thank you, Hakim, thank you, Zandawia, thank you, Silvana, thank you, Tongolawi, thank you to the audience, and we will see you tomorrow and in subsequent forums. Thank you, James. Shukran.
شكرا جزيلا لك الدكتورة ماجرت أكوليا. صراحة كالعادة مداخلات كلها جديرة بالاحترام. Thank you very much. فضلي دكتورة علمة زنداوية.
أنا وشكرا للناس اللي قاعدين يستمعوا مدة طويلة. أنا حاسة الزمن بتاعي متأخر خالص، أنا ودكتور حكيم وسيلفانا، لكن طبعا الموضوع ده موضوع مهم جدا جدا. فده فرصة نقدر نوصل يعني آرائنا بالنسبة لكم، وأنا متأكدة إنه يعني التشجيع كون إنه إبا يعني عايش مدة 4 سنين، تشجيع ما بس لينا نحن، للناس اللي on the ground ولا أي زول بيحب إكواتوريا. وأنا متأكدة every Equatorian loves Equatoria. لكن نحن عارفين إنه Equatorians have got a problem. They have got a problem. They are being bullied. They are being confused. They are being pulled this way and that way. And unfortunately, some of the leaders have shown this trait. You know, they have shown the fact that they fear even mentioning the name Equatoria. But EPA stands, you know, as a test of time for anybody and everybody who loves Equatoria. So that name is just a blessing. Why? Because God has given it to us. بس أنا داير أقول إنه الناس اللي يتكلموا قبالي يتكلموا كلام جميل جدا جدا، ما عندي كتير أنا أضيفه الليلة ده، لكن بس أنا داير أقول حاجة واحد، إنه أي إنسان يخط في راسه إنه أنت لما إنسان آخر يعتدي عليك أنت تفكر هل أنت حتسكت وترضخ له أو you are going to fight back. نحن كإكواتوريين في تاريخنا إحنا ما ناس بنرقد تحت ونخلي ناس تانين يدوسوا على راسنا. عشان كده we have got the right. حتى في الكونستيتيوشن عندنا في الدستور إنه أي إنسان عنده حق إنه يدافع عن نفسه. الدستور بيقول لك إنه الإنسان لازم يكون يحترم a human being. You know, every South Sudanese have got to be respected, have got to be you know, they have got to keep their dignity, they have got to keep their integrity, which is something which this government is not doing. So if this government is not doing that, that means that it's breaking the laws which are there in the constitution. So what do? You have got to fight them. يعني حتى ربنا ذاته قال لنا إنه لما إنسان يعتدي عليك لازم you have got to protect yourself. حتى عندنا في البلد ده in the whole of Europe and even in Africa, in the whole world, if somebody attacks you, you have got to defend yourself. Therefore, the self-defense that EPA is proposing is not wrong. And Equatorians have got to align with this. They have got to think about it. And self-defense doesn't mean that you have got to buy guns and start killing people at random. No. It means that you have got to protect your house, your household, your properties, your family, and your land. And your land, and I am going to, underline this. You have got, the land has got yourself, have got your family, has got your wife, your children, and all the things that you love. That means that الخلاصة بتاعه شنو؟ الأرض Equatoria has got to be protected and has got to be defended. And this is what we are doing. So we are doing something which is not against the law, but because the Jain Council of Elders, they are here to break us, they're here to destroy us, they're here to do all the bad things to us by using state resources. That's why, they always say that this is wrong. They put you in prison, they kill you, they do all these things, and then they will say you are a rebel. As if they haven't been rebels. They have been rebels all their lives. So, just in summary,
صوتك اختفى يا دكتور.
yeah, sorry. انتوا سامعيني؟
لا ما كنا سامعينك لايك 3 سكند كده، لكن هسي كويس. تفضل.
شكرا. بس انا كان داير اقول انه احنا عندنا الحق انه يعني ندافع عن نفسنا باي طريقه، لانه حتى في البلد ده يعني في المحكمه لو ناس جول مشوا في قضيه في المحكمه انت قتلت زول، بيقول لك انت قتلت زول ده ليه؟ لو انت قلت انا قاعد ادافع عن نفسي and you can prove انه انت دافعت عن نفسك، حيطلعوك براءه، لانه this is how it is. So نحن كإيكواتوريانز we are under attack, we are under threat, our land is being taken, our dignity is being taken, our women are being raped, our children are dying every day. In every part of Equatoria, they have all come, they have all merged in Equatoria, and you can see all the tribes of Upper Nile and Bahr al-Ghazal, they have come to Equatoria in order to destroy it, to destroy its people, to steal its resources, and to live there. So we as Equatorians, we have got the right to fight back. So what you are doing, or what EPA is doing and proposing, is right, and that's to defend Equatoria. This is the main goal, and thank you very much. Hopefully I will see you tomorrow. Thank you.
شكرا كثير دكتورة ألما للكلمات التشجيعية. صراحة مداخلة مهمة، كل المداخلات أكيد مهمة. نذكر برضو المستمعين والإنسانية عامة بالمناسبة. أنت عارف الإنسان ربنا أداه حق الدفاع عن نفسه في 3 حاجات بدون أي شروط، اللي هو العرض بيتك ده، انت المحل انت القاعد فيه، ودايما يقولوا كلمه العرض ما بيتك هو بيتك انت ومرتك بس، لا، يعني الحته اللي القاعد فيها دي كلها نساوي الحله ديل كلهم ديل نسوانك، عيال الحله ديل بنات الحله ديل كلهم ديل بناتك، خالات الحله ديل كلهم خالاتك. فاي تهجم من اي جهه طوال حق الدفاع عن الشر عن العرض واجب في الوقت ده. طوال تحته يجي في حاجه الارض اللي هو أرضك دي، أنت هتمشي وين؟ إذا أنت فقدتها حتمشي وين؟ حتى لو بقيت عندك القرار السياسي أنت حتمشي وين؟ والقرار السياسي ده أنت ذاتك how are you gonna exercise it؟ ما في برلمان، في دوائر جغرافية. إذا جينا للديمقراطية الحقيقية أنت حتمارسها وين إذا فقدت الأرض؟ 3 اللي هو المال ده ذاته كان consider الأرض ده ذاته ما مال. انت من الارض ده بتاكل ولاداتك في شكل عقارات، في شكل مزارع. اذا انت فقدت الخاصيه دي ما خلاص ما عندك مال، ده انت بتكون حتى الديمقراطيه ذاته البروسيس بتاع انت حتفقدها. هنا دي الحته ان احنا نتفق فيها انه السياسه ما كل حاجه، السياسه ما كل حاجه، لانه السياسه بعض مرات فيها بروباغندا، لكن في حاجات ثابته، احنا لازم نفرق بين الثوابت والمتغيرات. Thank you very much دكتورة زنداوية ألما. أشكر كل الناس اللي تحدثت هنا، الدكتورة ماجد أكوليا، الأستاذة سلفانا، أوف كورس رئيس التحالف الدكتور حكيم داريا، وكل الأخوان والأخوات من قبل قاعدين معانا هنا بنشكرهم، وكانوا قاعدين ومرقوا برضه نشكرهم، وأخواننا برضه الناس اللي علقت في الشات برضه نحن نشكرهم، والناس اللي بيجي يسمعوا التسجيل فيما بعد برضه نحن برضه نشكرهم. فنوعد الناس حيكون في احتفالات في الايامات الجايه دي، حتى بكره وفي الاسبوع الجاي برضه حنستمر نحتفل بالعيد الرابع لتاسيس تحالف الشعب الايكاتوري. مشكورين كثير. الدكتور حكيم دارك كالعاده اختم لنا المناسبه الليله ان شاء الله. تفضل دكتور.
شكرا يا جيمس، شكرا. وأنا بحيي كل الحضور في الحجرة هنا للمرة الثانية والأخيرة إن شاء الله، لكن ما أخيرا بكرة إن شاء الله الاستيلاء يكون عندنا مواصلة. زي ما إحنا قلنا جبال، ده ابتدار بتاعت حوار. We just started a dialogue and we wanted to have this dialogue among ourselves without barriers. And we wanted also to allow opportunity for those who have joined us here in the room to participate, to feel at home, to express themselves and their views. زي ما جيمس قال، في ثوابت وفي متغيرات. من أهم الثوابت في الاستوائية ويكاد يكون في كل جنوب السودان، كويس، اللي هو الثابت الأول هو كلمة بتاعت الشعب. حسي احنا طبعا شايفين انه الشعب ما عنده كلمة في الأحداث والتطورات الجارية في جنوب السودان. يعني لما ترجع مثلا زي الاتفاقيات اللي أبرمت 2015 2018 وحسي قاعدين يحاولوا يشتغلوا فيه بتاع التمويني ده، كويس، ده كلها اتفاقيات فوقية. يعني الشعب ما عنده دور، ما بيلعب دوره، والقلة يعني الناس اللي هو القلة البسيطة بتاعت الفئات اللي هو الفئة بتاعت النخب ده، the elites, they have assumed and alienated the power and the sovereignty of the people. بيجوا بيقرروا ويتخذوا قرارات سياسية بصورة فوقية بدون استشارة بتاعت الشعب، وده خطأ كبير جدا. لأنه أول حاجة في المقام الأول هم فشلوا في إدارة بتاعت الدولة، فشلوا في إنجاز بتاعت الأهداف بتاعت قيام بتاعت الدولة بتاعت جنوب السودان. وفوق ده كله ما خططوا تخطيط سليم وحكيم في قضية بتاعت مشاركة بتاعت الشعب كضمان لصيانة بتاعت وجود بتاعت جنوب السودان ولصيانة بتاعت حريات بتاعت الشعب بتاعنا، ويتمادوا في التفشي بتاعت الكوربشن اللي هو تفشي بتاعت الفساد والجرائم اللي هم ارتكبوها، جرائم كثيرة جدا. فده كله فوق ده كله ما بيحتشم، ولسه بيمارسوا سلطوية وبيمارسوا نهب بتاعت أموال بتاعت الشعب بدون كلمة ولا باستشارة بتاعت الشعب. فإحنا بنرتكز لكلمة بتاعت الشعب كمتغير، مش متغير يعني بالمعنى ممكن يتغير وما يكون فيه، هي أساسا واحد من الثوابت يعني المهمة جدا. ويحسي بقت المرجعية بالنسبة لنا في الاي بي اي انه احنا لازم بعد ذاك نصل لكلمة فاصلة من الشعب بتاعتنا. At the end of the day our people have got to have a say. This is the key constant, which the Bible even talked about Hajar al-Asas, you know, like the cornerstone that the builder needs to construct the house. فالمرتكز الأول والأخير هو شنو؟ هو الشعب في النهاية، هي الفاصلة، هي اللي بتودي الكلمة الفاصلة، والمفروض تكون المرجعية للشعب بتاعتنا، يعني the reference point should be our people عشان يقدروا يفصلوا في القضايا دي، وصوت المجتمع ككل أفضل من صوت ذات الأفراد، أفضل من صوت ذات فئة قلة من النخب وكده يتحكموا في مصير بتاعت البلد. فإحنا بنوجه نداء لكل شعب بتاع جنوب السودان، وبنودي النداء للشعب بتاع الاستوائية بصفة خاصة، إنه إحنا لضمان وصيانة بتاعت مستقبل الاستوائية وحرية بتاعت الشعب الاستوائي، لازم تكون كلمة الشعب هي الكلمة الفاصلة، والكلمة ده الفاصلة ده ممكن الشعب تقدر تقولها ما تكون إملاءات من فئة بتاعت النخب، حتى إحنا ذاتنا ممكن يقدر يسمونا النخب، لكن as long as we're doing it in the interest of the people, that the people ultimately will have the right to have the final say in this، أفضل وأضمن أفضل بالنسبة لنا للصيانة بتاعت المستقبل البعيد. يعني عشان كده إحنا كنا دائما قاعدين نقول المفروض نضع الأساس للدولة بتاعت التعايش السلمي ده، نضع له أساس. We have to give a foundation, we have to create a foundation for the state of create a state for peaceful coexistence among our different social groups that are sovereign. In other words, the constant should be the reference and deferring ultimate political decision making to our people, which is a more better model than the elites deciding. Even if some of us might even be seen as elites, but the difference is that we are trying to enable our people to enjoy their rights. And we have talked on several occasions about the constitution-making process, for example, Kamadkhan, as the entry point towards having the final say vested in the hands of our people. That ultimately the people need to have the people's representatives who can be mandated to carry the will of the people, and these people representatives should be elected by their different constituencies so that they have the mandate, and that way we ensure unfair flow from sovereignty of the people, or that sovereignty flows from the people to the legislative and executive organs of the state through the people's representatives, so that in the end, when there are political decisions that are being made, those participating in political decision makings will be accountable to their constituencies. ده حق مشروع بالنسبة للشعب بتاعتنا في الاستوائية، لكن we are being deprived and dispossessed of exercising this right. Even the constitutional arrangements that are being talked about to transform South Sudan in order for the country to go to free, fair elections, they want to also impose it from above. You can see how the National Constitutional Review Commission was being set up. It's all elites. من حزب ده وحزب ده والأحزاب دي ذاتها ما عندها تفويض. يعني these political parties do not have a mandate. They have never even been tested and elected to any public office. And then we entrust critical decision making on issues of destiny, issues of constitution making to people who are not elected, who are not people's representatives, but appointees of these political parties. You can see, the degree of divergence from what is right. عشان كده المفروض احنا ما نفرط فيها. We should not allow this, because if we allow this to happen, we are creating a flawed foundation for our country. We've already failed to create a nation. We've failed to forge one nation. And then we still want to go ahead and impose, constitution-making processes that are government-driven, that are elites-driven. We in Equatoria should be sensitive to this and should, stand out clearly opposed to this process, that because it is depriving you, it's dispossessing you of your right to participate in constitution-making process. You see, it's alienating your sovereignty. It's alienating your rights to bestow these rights in the hands of elites who you cannot hold accountable. عشان كده the process itself is flawed. So السابق هو انه احنا نرجع تكون في مرجعية للشعب بتاعتنا في الاستوائية، يكون عنده مشاركة فاعلة وفعالة، a more effective participation in the political decision-making process. If you are not possessing that political power, then somebody is going to make decisions for you. So do you entrust decisions to be made on your behalf by elites whom you haven't, mandated? This is the task. This is the question that we should ask ourselves in Equatoria. And it's an important question that needs an answer. And that is the question that we are raising in EPA, and we're trying to give it effect, give the answer to this question by raising the issue of participation for our people in matters of decisions on destiny, directional steer in where we're going, in the end point. Where are we going with this flawed model of state building؟ ما حتكون في مصلحة بتاعتنا العليا. فدي القضايا اللي احنا المفروض نكون عندنا حوار فيه حوالي. احنا لفترة طويلة يعني we have not organized ourselves and I think that is not right. It's not good that we are, without organizing ourselves, we are creating a void. والأخت سيلفانا اتكلمت فيها جبال أنه في فجوة تنظيمية يعني احنا ما عندنا تنظيم ومؤسسات بتقدر تلعب دور في قضايا حساسة بالنسبة لنا كشعب استوائي. واحنا اذا كنا بنؤمن انه احنا شعب استوائي، then المفروض نكون عندنا مؤسسات بتاعت الشعب الاستوائي بتحل وتتطرق لقضايا بتحتاج إجماع وصوت شعبي. وبالتالي إحنا عاوزين هياكل، عاوزين مؤسسات، وعاوزين آليات اللي بتقدر تساعدنا كشعب استوائي لأداء دور مهم وفعال في شنو؟ في اتخاذ القرارات السياسية. يعني انتوا شايفين انه احنا ما عندنا وجود سياسي ملموس وفاعل في الهيكلية بتاعت حكومة الجنوب السودان هسي. إحنا ما عندنا political exercise و political power. ما بنمارس سلطة سياسية فعالة أو يعني effective. ما في. We are not exercising that power. And we have been dispossessed. And we have been dispossessed by this system, this flawed and failed system. We want to set that right. So we need to have the institutions that were aliyat, that are commensurate with our status as Equatoria, our status as a nation. And this is what should exercise our minds, قضايا بتاعت state formation. Okay. أي مفكر استوائي أو أي شعب شبان بتاعتنا بيهتموا بالقضايا بتاعت التطور المجتمعي والصيانة بتاعت مجتمعات استوائية وايدنتيتي بتاعتها. What is identity? It's about land, cultures, values, and your sovereignty over your homeland. I think these are the dimensions that you could say make up your identity, because without land, you don't have access to resources, you don't have habitat, you're homeless. So you cannot go and claim somebody's place to become your identity, right? So these are fundamental issues that have cropped up in this failed state for South Sudan. And there is no easy way out. احنا ممكن نقدر ندير حوارات داخلية بتاعت استوائية أو الحوار الاستوائي Equatorial to Equatorial dialogue, to just ask ourselves serious questions and press these issues, put our finger on these issues and say, how do we come out of this? What's the way forward? وكان هسي ممكن نكون عندنا صوت فاصل. هسي مثلا زي شوف التداعيات بتاعت of not having a constitution worked out over the last decade or so, because there's no political will. ما في إرادة سياسية اللي تدي أولويات للمستقبل، لصيانة بتاعت مستقبل سليم وجامع. ما في اهتمام به. إذن الاهتمام لازم يكون مصدر بتاعته الشعب، وإحنا في استوائية لازم نهتم بالمستقبل بتاعتنا، نهتم بال التوجهات بتاعتنا وحريات بتاعتنا كحقوق مشروعة، والمفروض نعمل لصيانة بتاعتها وللاحتفاظ بما هو أهم بالنسبة لنا. Land is precious. Identity of Equatoria is precious. It is where we exist. It is where we are supposed to enjoy our freedoms, our liberties. And if this is being disrupted, then where else would you go? You become stateless, identityless. Is that the outcome that we want for ourselves and for our people and Equatoria's posterity? I think the answer is not in the affirmative. The answer is a negation of this. And this negation needs to be translated by Equatorians into effective processes, tools, and mechanisms. And that is feasible. It's feasible that Equatorians can organize themselves. And the EPA has, made a statement that we're here. We want to organize and fill this void that Silvana talked about. الفجوة الحاصل ده. نشغل الفجوة ديك ازاي يعني how are you going to close this gap that we have? There are multiple gaps, but you need to organize and think structurally so that you can start to begin to think about strategies and these strategies would help us move through the hurdles that we face so that we can reach our destination. عشان كده احنا كنا بجبال في الاول اتكلمنا عن شنو؟ حكومة المجتمع العايش في الاستوائية. كويس؟ The government of the people or the human societies, social groups that live in Istuaia, live in Equatoria. They should have a say in these matters. If we start to think deeply about the society, the human society dimension, then we will probably be able to ask the right questions and question ourselves about what we are doing as a country or as leaders. It's all about creating a legacy. Like I said earlier, we're very excited about South Sudan becoming independent. And we're very excited about being engaged in that process. And we're also very excited about participating in building the state. But we lost the opportunity to do that because the direction of travel changed. أتت الرياح بما لا تشتهيها السفن. So the strong winds, came our way and veered and forced the boat to veer in another direction altogether. في محبة الرياح أدتنا في داهية. فبقت عملية بتاعت إنقاذ يعني. We want now to save ourselves because we have veered off the course and we need to reset our expectations and reset our direction of travel. That is the subject matter. الجزئية المهم جدا بالنسبة لنا كشعب استوائي وكأفراد وكمواطنين استوائية أن احنا نلعب دور المناط بينا ونوظف ونسخر كل ما في استطاعة بتاعتنا لفض الفجوة ده، لأنه إحنا ما ممكن كشعب استوائي نعيش بدون مؤسسات وبدون هيكلية ونظم واستراتيجيات بتقدر تساعد صيانة بتاعت وجودها استوائية وصيانة بتاعت حريات بتاعتها للمستقبل يعني القريب والبعيد. فدي قضايا مهمة جدا، وأنا بناشد الاستوائيين المفكرين فيهم والشباب والكتاب فيهم والدكاترة والاقتصاديين وكل الفئات بتاعت الشعب الاستوائي في أنها تعيد النظر فيما آلت إليه الأمور في جنوب السودان، فيما آلت إليه الأمور في الاستوائية، عشان نقدر ننتفض بشيء من بشيء من الاهتمام والجدية في التعامل مع شنو والتعاطي مع التطورات الحاصلة في جنوب السودان ما بتخدم مصلحة بتاعتنا كشعب. يحق له أنه يمارس حقوق بتاعته ويشارك كفعالية مهمة جدا في تبني بتاع سياسات وقرارات سياسية لمصلحة تصب في مصلحة بتاعت مش بس في المصلحة بتاعت الاستوائية، تصب في مصلحة بتاعت جنوب السودان ككل. المنطلق بتاعت الاستمتاع بالحريات اللي هي حريات أساسا تحق و you know our rights يعني that we should be enjoying. دي الحوار اللي احنا ممكن نقدر نجريه بدون تعصب وبدون يعني you know, it's not like you are trying to just force a point, but is a truly important dialogue that we need to have with ourselves, among ourselves as Equatorians, so that we look at the options, the best options for how we can move our society and steer the direction of travel for our society towards, you know, preservation of our existence by way of creating a state which preserves, becomes the container for our freedoms, for our liberty, the liberty for our people, so that we can نجنب الأجيال القادمة في الاستوائية من تداعيات بتاعت الفيلد ستيت الممكن تقدر تستمر، الممكن تقدر يعني تتواصل وتمتد لسنوات طويلة. We want to disrupt that. But to disrupt that, we need the mechanisms, we need the strategies, we need pooling of our resources together to operate in the most effective way. حسيت تشوف انه في بعض المقارنة you know between a company and هيكلية بتاعت تنظيم like EPA. If you put the EPA on one hand and you put Microsoft on the other hand, Microsoft is a company or Apple is a company. It produces certain products, it brings certain products and product propositions to the market to sell these products, and they have been very dominant and successful. هسي ياخذ مثلا زي ابل لابتوب او ابل ايفون كويس وعندك اندرويد، ما هو انتوا كلكم هسي قاعدين تستخدموا ابل ولا اندرويد ولا you know has become a feature of your life. Yeah, you've become almost entirely dependent, you know, on these devices for communications. Right now in Clubhouse, we're using these mobile phones. But who manufactured these mobile phones? Who created them? They are created by companies. And these companies employ people. And they pay these people handsomely. They employ them as, you know, developers, marketers, managers, and they invest a lot of money upfront to implement an idea, to create an idea and implement it, so that this idea is successful, is valuable, and actually can turn a profit. ده الحاصل في المجال بتاع you know البيزنسز مش كده؟ So if you look at how they organize these companies, كل زول بيكون عنده سكيل معين كده، يعني انت مثلا بتكون you know you're very good at what you're doing, right? You can be an inventor, you can be a marketer, somebody who speaks nice words, can sell products and so on. But before you can even sell that product, you want to make sure that annual product is really of high and good quality, مش كده؟ So this is why these companies employ people and pay them handsomely in order to reap the benefits. The benefits are that they have produced products like phones and whatnot, which we all now really can't do without. فالنقطة اللي أنا عاوز أشير عليه أنه في الكمباني ده أنت بتلقى فيه شنو؟ كل واحد بيلعب دور. Everybody brings something to the table, like what Akule was saying earlier on. Everyone brings something to the table. Engineering skills, creative, arts, وما أدراك حاجات كتيرة جدا. لكن you pull them resources, you pull all of these ideas together, and then you orchestrate the working people to work together as teams, and then they produce these results, which we now all enjoy. So if you think about EPA in the same terms, it's exactly the same thing, that you bring people, you organize Equatorians to come together, everybody brings their skill set, their ideas, their experiences in life, and you pull all of these capabilities together to address the future of Equatoria. عشان انت تقدر تصون المستقبل بتاعت الاستوائية وتحافظ على الحريات بتاعتها. You need to create a state. The end product is the state. لأنه في النهاية انت عايز تكون عندك حكومة، والحكومة تكون عندها different capability expectations. يكون في تخصصات، أو تكون مثلا في ناس بتكون عندهم خبرة وفن وعلم في الاقتصاد، في legal matters, and so you bring all of these capabilities together in order to form a government. لأنه a government is a combination of all of these capabilities to do something collectively, and that's why government is powerful, and it will have the resources at its disposal to use for the development of the country, to use for the development of society. يعني like health services, for example, hospital employing, how many thousands of doctors, nurses, and so on, right? Where do you think the money is coming from? But it's coming from the government, and this government is also taxing people, is exploiting the resources of the country in order to promote development, welfare, and and so on. فحاجات دي كلها بتحتاج لريسورسز وبتحتاج ل human resources. فاحنا في الاستوائية كان عندنا كوادر في المجالات المختلفة ده كله، ومجتمع بتاع الاستوائية وبلد بتاعت الاستوائية بيعاني من خطر وجودي. طيب احنا ماله؟ ما احنا ممكن نحط يدنا كلنا سوا كشراكة زي this is the model that we're using in EPA. ما بيختلف من موديل بتاعت مايكروسوفت ولا جوجل ولا any other successful company that is invested for the future of the company to have products that will dominate the market, that will bring value to society. مش كده؟ So we want to bring value to Equatorial society. We want to serve the people of Equatoria. We want the people of Equatoria to industrialize their knowledge, their expertise, industrialize it in a way to preserve all the precious things that we want, that we have in life, like freedoms, liberty, and so on. So that is our vision. That is EPA's vision for Equatoria. عشان كده ماجريت أكولي جبال لما نتكلم عن the flat structures that everybody brings something to the table, everybody is valued, so that we can together, get the best outcomes for our people, the best outcomes for our country. The difference is that the companies pool money together and then they invest the money. There are capitalists or people who have money who see the future of this company and think that, okay, if I put my money here, these people are most likely going to produce results, better outcomes, better profits, and therefore they are encouraged. There is something that would encourage and drive them to invest in that company so that that company can then attract certain skill sets, expertise to employ in the company so that they can be successful in delivering their products. ده الحاصل. لكن هسه احنا طبعا في الاي بي اي احنا ما عندنا قروش and nobody is investing in us. No capitalist is investing in us. And it's a social enterprise. A social enterprise in the sense that we try to pool the resources of members of our society to realize and recognize that there's a certain mission that EPA needs to undertake. And that this undertaking requires the support الحاضنة بتاعتنا في الاستوائية to be supportive of this mission. وبالتالي احنا ممكن نقدر نصل ل results which are in the best interest of our society. We can be successful, we have our own state, and we don't, of course, promote corruption. We produce the outcomes that serve the interests of all the citizens of Equatoria. And if Equatorians are happy, then the economy will be productive, because you have very happy people who enjoy their freedoms, their liberty. They become more productive, more creative because of freedom to do what they think is right. No one will come and suffocate you or strangle your business because you haven't paid enough bribes. There is no bank who sat there ignorant, incompetent as they may be, still they have a political say. They can make political decisions that will run your business, you run your country down, like what we see happening today in South Sudan. Those are the challenges that we're facing. عشان كده ده بيحتاج لوعي وبيحتاج برضه شنو مبادرات يعني initiatives. If we can see and discern that there is a gap in society, the kind of gap that Sister Silvana talked about, you recognize that there's a gap, and this gap needs to be filled. And therefore, EPA is trying to do that, to step up, jump in to try to address this gap. That is how Equatorians should perceive EPA. It's not Hakim, it's not Akulea, it's not Alma, just, want to come together and just, waste your time here talking and preaching and all of that. No, there is a social enterprise behind all of this. There is something important and noble that needs to be achieved. In business terms, this gap would have been recognized as a gap in the market, that there is a certain product that is not there in this market, which we can exploit. If we have the product, we develop a product to fill this gap in the market, we will make huge profits. And when we get the money, we will reinvest, employ more people, generate wealth, share that wealth. Where are you going to employ these people from? Well, from the same society, right? So this is how the business world operates. Now, in the social enterprise agenda, like what we're trying to do, and not strictly speaking in terms of business, but saying that there's a gap, and this gap requires something like an organization that EPA is, to try to fill that gap by way of building or creating or participating in state formation, influencing the society to begin to think collectively about المصالح بتاعتها العليا والمحافظة والصيانة بتاعت مقدرات بتاعت الدولة دي أو مقدرات بتاعت الشعب، لأنه we have to live collectively. There's no alternative. This is how we want to relate to other people in this world and share mutual benefits. وبالتالي بيتطلب مننا أنه إحنا نعمل شنو؟ نعمل يعني we pool our resources together to create a government of the human society that lives in Equatoria in self-interest, because currently they are just powerless, they're stateless, they don't have a government, they cannot influence political decisions, and we want to do a kind of substitution, because what's in place currently is the failed state of South Sudan. And so EPA is concerned about the strategies and mechanisms for substitution of that state by creating a state for Equatoria, so that that state would fulfill those expectations that the people of Equatoria do not have fulfillment for or enjoyment for today. So I don't want to spend, the whole of the night, of course, here with this dialogue going on, but I think we can defer this dialogue to another day, like tomorrow or subsequently, so that we have a genuine, serious dialogue that is informative, that is entertaining as much as it is serious. لأنه ده كله برضه بيرتبط بالعقل، يعني الإنسان is inseparable from the thought processes. Okay, our thought processes need to be constructive, and we are not doing enough of that. يعني هسه احنا في الاستوائية وكاد يكون في كل جنوب السودان ما في تعميق للعمل الفكري، والعمل الفكري دائما بيدور حول شنو؟ حول التحديات بتاعت اليوم وتحديات المستقبل. You try to resolve some of them today so that you don't have these hurdles in the future. انت بتقوم تطلع بافكار، والافكار اي فكره انت بتطلع بها فكره مهم. Every thought process that comes to your mind is helpful, could lead to something, and there's always potential to exploit these ideas, to put them to the right use. And in fact, because I've got experience of working in the industry برا هنا في الوست، يعني انت بتلقى انه في department بيسموه business change and transformation. ده بيختص بالاستراتيجيات اللي هو الخطط المرحلية والبعيدة المدى، خطط ممكن تقدر تنفذ في مثلا في المرحلة in the short term to long term. كويس؟ you come up with an idea بيسموه ideation، اللي هو you come up with ideas, business ideas, maybe product ideas or change ideas. These change ideas are then quantified by a group of people who would sit down to assess the impact of this idea. Can it be feasible Is it doable? And if it's doable, how much is it going to cost? Is it cheap to implement this idea? If it is too expensive, maybe we defer, we don't have the budget to implement it, and so on. So this is the thought process that big multinational corporations go through, right? Ideas. It's about ideas. What new ideas do we have? What's happening in the market? Is there a gap? And we develop a new product to fill that gap. Those are the kind of things that big organizations spend money on, because they're looking for ideas. They're looking for ideas that are, that can be turned into products, that can be industrialized to bring new products and services into the market. فإحنا المفروض برضه نفكر بالعقلية ده السلوك المفروض إحنا برضه شنو؟ السلوك اللي إحنا ممكن نقدره يعني to own يعني نكون عندنا مثلا سلوك بتاعت العمل بهذا المنوال يعني. We look for ideas, we come together, we plan what kind of ideas and strategies that we can work on in order to bring about change. لأنه التغيير ما بيحصل ساي، التغيير بيحتاج لرؤية، ورؤية جديدة ومختلفة بتاعت new wine versus old wine، والكيفية. How do you get there? What are the mechanisms, the solutions, the short-term solutions, the long-term solutions in order to achieve, الرؤية ده. فده إحنا ما عندنا سلوك ده، زي ما بيقولوا فاقد الشيء لا يعطيه أصلا. So we need to have it. We need to have it in our processes, in our organization, so that we can be more effective, strategic. العامل ده يا هو ما موجود بالاسم شنو، بقوة يعني مثلا بفاعلية. Even though there are many educated Equatorians or South Sudanese for that matter, I hardly see that they're applying their thought processes in an organized and structured way. ربما لأنه ما في خبرة كويس، بينقصنا خبرة. عشان كده احنا عاوزين نقول انه شنو المفروض احنا نجي سوا عشان الافكار دي تتلاقى وبرضه الخبرات تتلاقى. So when you bring a group of people together, you're bringing a set of different ideas and perspectives. حتى هسه انت بتشوف انه في الويست بقى في زي موضة بتاع diversity. شفت كيف؟ بيقول انه diversity is actually helpful for progress because it brings different perspectives. You don't want to just follow one perspective all the time, the old wine, the old wine, the old wine. No. You want to bring in the new wine as well. And if that new wine can help the process, so it's better to have multiple instances of different things so that you can compare and you have better informed to make the right decisions. بيسموه inclusivity, managing inclusivity, managing diversity في thought, في processes, that ideation. فده التفكير أو الفكر في العملية دي كلها يعني. So فإحنا can apply this, apply these يعني mechanisms, we can apply these processes and mechanisms in dealing with the challenges that we face as a society. لكن ده طبعا بيحتاج لشنو؟ بيحتاج انه الاستوائيين، المفكرين، الدكاترة، والاجتماعيين، from all walks of life. They have to come together, driven by their desire to create a legacy for the people of Equatoria. And then they pull their resources, intellectual, capital, whatever it might be. Put these ideas together and then see if you can implement these ideas. That's the whole point. عشان كده في فجوة بتاعت انه احنا ما قادرين we are not prioritizing how we want to work together as Equatorians in order to achieve certain results which are strategic about change. That is a model that we have in EPA. We want to pool our resources, our capabilities together عشان نقدر نكون more strategic in structuring the way of how we want to deliver results and outcomes for our people and for our society. فده أنا ممكن أكتفي بهذا القدر وبشكر كل الحضور. I know many people did not have the opportunity to come up, but I hope some of you will come up next time. But we really, really do appreciate your presence with us, your support, your listening, and being part of this journey. Even if participation in this journey doesn't have to be necessarily by you coming to speak up here, but you listen to our thought processes, our ideas, and that is all that we want as well, because all these ideas are useful to all of us. It could be you here talking, and we benefit from your ideas. That's life. That's the nature of life. We have to talk to each other. We have to share because we're humans, and we have language. We have thought processes which are capable of being communicated for others to listen, because we need collaboration. We need to collaborate in order to to realize certain outcomes. And this collaboration is through this model of dialogue, talking to each other, listening to one another, and then be more informed about our choices of what we can do together. So فأنا بشكركم شديد وبتمنى ربنا يبارككم، يبارك الأسر بتاعتكم وتمشي بسلامة. God bless you always. God bless the people of Equatoria. God bless the people of South Sudan. And I want to thank my colleagues as well who have given us company, wisdom, and shared all they wanted to say in good faith on this day of, or rather on this occasion of the anniversary of EPA. Like I said before, there was EPA declaration, or rather Equatorial People's Declaration and Charter of Rights. And that Charter of Rights needed an outlet. It needed someone to speak for it. And that's how EPA was founded. That, okay, we have had a dialogue, we have made Equatorial People's Declaration and Charter of Rights, but then who is going to implement it? Who is going to carry this forward? So we had to step up and say, we are willing to offer our time. We're willing to contribute to anything that will bring better outcomes for our society. And that's why we're here today as EPA. And I think this is all done in good faith, because we believe in the noble outcomes and the burden of creating a legacy for our people, that we have to take this legacy, this challenge, in all honesty and in all seriousness and commitment. Just like our forefathers, in 1955, rose up against oppression and resisted it because they had to take a stand which has opened up the future for us to have a state called South Sudan. So once more, may God bless you all. Thank you, James, for being such a an effective operator here as a moderator and communicating to our people on the subject of Equatorial People's Alliance today's anniversary, celebration of anniversary, the 4th anniversary, and we hope that في حاجات كثيرة احنا ممكن نتطرق له بالنسبة للإنجازات يعني the achievements that we have made so far since EPA was established. And like I say, we are not enemies to anybody. We just want to assert our rights. We just want to enjoy our rights. والحقوق بتاعتنا حقوق بتاعتنا يعني هي نفس الحقوق اللي بتعود لمجتمعات أخرى يعني. And we wanted to start in our homeland. And then if we are successful, maybe others will also take that as a model. Lakin in all honesty, this is our strategy for peaceful coexistence. لأنه ما في زول عاوز يبقى عدو لزول تاني for nothing, for generations. هسه إحنا وكده when we extricated ourselves from Sudan, did we remain as enemies? Or did we continue to fight? And should civil war stop? The war between us, the South Sudanese, against the regime of Bashir ended. So it was substituted by peace. مش كده؟ اتغير الوضع. الحرب انتهى. وسودان recognized the right of the people of South Sudan also to be free, to manage their own affairs, to live peacefully in their land. الحرب الطاحنة اللي مشت ل 21 سنة وقبليه 17 سنة, we could have avoided all of that if we sat down like what our politicians then suggested, those of Equatoria, and said, we want a federal system of government. Okay, if that's the case, okay, fine, let's have it. Because South Sudanese wanted it, right? If the people in the north were wise, but they were not wiser anymore. They were not wiser than the people of South Sudan. They insisted and just dismissed the people of South Sudan and saying, no, we just have one country. And if you complain tough, we put you in prison. That hustle. And that is what generated the war. That is created the war and the civil war in South Sudan, in the country. It lasted for 17 years and later followed by another one for 21 years. Because those leaders in Sudan did not appreciate the value of freedom, the value of liberty that the people of Sudan so much cherished and wanted to be on their own. They disrespected that because they felt that they were invincible. They were powerful. And they could just, walk over South Sudan and push it into submission. But that didn't happen. So we had to go into war for 21 years, 17 years, and then we parted our ways. And that war stopped. Right? So we could have stopped it much earlier than that. عشان كده احنا ممكن نقدر نستفيد من التجربة ده في جنوب السودان ونقول if the people of Equatoria want to be free in self-interest, not against anybody, they want to just be free and enjoy their rights, then I think all the different social groups in South Sudan should recognize that and we avoid any potential conflict. And it will save us time to advance, to concentrate on progress and development, rather than to concentrate on fighting each other to preserve the failed state. مش معقول يعني. We cannot go to war and fight each other in order to preserve the failed state. And that's what happened in Sudan. And now Sudan is disintegrating. And we want to repeat going through the same cycle in South Sudan. Alma Gala Jibel Gal, you cannot do the same thing time and again and you expect different results. واحد زائد واحد يبقى 2 اليوم واحد زائد واحد هيبقى 2 tomorrow، ولا كان بالليل، ولا كان انت في حمام، ولا انت وين، واحد زائد واحد لسه بيكون 2. So you have to do something different to get a different result. And it's better we accept it earlier than later, in order to incur the cost of deferring all of this to later. And later could be 10 years, 15 years, and all these 15 years could be very destructive. In any case, South Sudan, the way it is going like Sudan, exactly like Sudan. It copied everything from Sudan. It behaved like Sudan, like the old Sudan. And how do you expect it to be any different? Alma زي ما Alma قال، واحد زائد واحد في خرطوم بقى 2، وواحد زائد واحد في جنوب السودان هيبقى 2 برضه. So I think on that note, I think I want to thank you once more. May God bless you all. James, I hand over the mic to you. And good night, everybody. Good night, Equatorians in diaspora, back home, and good night to our people in South Sudan. I hope you'll find this conversation, this dialogue, useful, informative, and continue this dialogue on another day. Thank you. Shukran, James.
شكرا جزيلا الدكتور حكيم داري، مشكور كثير. مشكورة الدكتورة ماجرت كوليا، مشكورة الدكتورة ألما زنداوية، مشكورة أستاذ السقفان، مشكورين الحضور الأنيق كلهم. نقول لهم أن احنا كنا سعيدين بوجودكم بالاحتفال للعيد الرابع لتأسيس تحالف الشعب الإكواتوري، وإن شاء الله الاحتفالات تتوالى. بكرة نلاقيكم إن شاء الله. شكرا جزيلا لكم. خليكم معي، نسمعكم موسيقى كده ثواني. Just a minute, guys.